I'm sorry, wrong direction. Madam Clerk.
All right.
Okay, Madam Clerk, and everybody vote.
Mayor Turpin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Samari,
Here.
Commissioner Dugan,
Here.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson Cadena.
Here.
Commissioner White,
As your, stand to the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Attorney Rodriguez, would you please read the record?
All comments must be addressed to the commission as a body and not to individuals. Any person making a pertinent or slanderous remark or becoming boisterous while addressing the commission shall be barred from further audience before the commission by the presiding officer unless permission to continue or again address the commission granted by the commission members present. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or in opposition to the speaker, his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the commission chambers. Please mute or turn off your cell phone or pager at the start of this meeting. Failure to do so may result in being barred from the meeting. Persons entering the chamber shall be so barred.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yes, it's my understanding that this certain residents are live streaming this meeting, which they absolutely have the right to do. But for the record, that streaming source is not being provided by the village of Biscayne Park. It hasn't been reviewed for any ADA compliance. But again, that means that any individual resident who wants to live stream this meeting or record this meeting has the right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional deletions or withdrawals to the agenda?
Since this matter is not voted on the commission, in front of the commission discussion, we are going to vote on it. Like we discussed in public, I don't believe that should be placed on the agenda. And also, B12B, today, I like to have it moved up if we can to hurricane season. I don't believe we're going to get this whole agenda tonight. And this is the discussion that we need to have. This is a life safety issue.
Mayor, if we move in the to the consent agenda, that would make that easy.
Yes, I have no recommendations that the first step is you make a motion?
Yes, make the motion that we remove 9A.
Is there a second? Is there a second, Herb? I will not be removed.
Yeah. Move 12B up the power lift, move it up as close as we can to getting, because, like I said, we're in the hurricane season, and this is an item that I think is very important. I don't believe we're going to get this whole agenda tonight, so I'll have to have this moved.
Just a thought, I know that, Mr. Wise, has something else to discuss.
Yes, as I mentioned, when the vote was taken to change the date of this meeting from July 2nd to today, July 9th, at our last meeting, I indicated I might have childcare issues, and I do. So I will have to depart this evening at 9 p.m. unfortunately.
The reason I suggested that is I'm sorry. My suggestion is that instead of moving just the 112B, can we move both items and votable items in front of things that are not votable items?
discussing those two items.
If you're saying that my items will be heard, I have no problem moving.
We can decide at 11 p.m. what we. It's up to you.
No, I don't.
Okay, so
12
you want to make a motion for 12 p.m. And where do you want to move it?
There's any other line?
It's an item.
Commission Vice Mayor, they go to line.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just, like I said, 12B is a very important thing.
Would you like to move it to, take 12 p and move it to, I guess, behind Tennessee for the local business? But then, that would be a problem for Commissioner Tudor, who had his stuff moved on as well.
I'm probably with you.
Okay.
To move the meeting along, move that.
Okay, so is there any objection to moving 12B, Vice Mayor wants to make a motion to move 12B up to pass, Tennessee? So we can let him do that. So is there an objection?
No objection.
Okay, so 12B will move up after Tennessee. Any other?
I just have the 10B consent.
Okay, does anyone object to having, meeting 10 be to consent? That would help.
No objection.
It's not very good.
Okay, we'll do consent.
Okay, I have a few things. The first is more of a question. I'm assuming that. I'm assuming that item 11D was placed on the agenda to be timely, just in case we receive advisory opinion from the state attorney general's office. But we haven't. So I understand preserving it so maybe the agenda just in case, but we didn't receive the opinion yet. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Not clarifying, I'm still making that statement.
Okay, because at the last meeting, the commission voted to table that particular item until they received guidance from the state. And we don't have that yet.
I should be allowed to make my comment. You don't have to have a second, you don't have to have this discussion, that's it. I still would like to have my statement be made.
I mean, the commission already voted. I mean, it's pretty much the same item, and the commission wants guidance from the state before it proceeds. So
You assured us at the last commission meeting that this would be, you will have an answer for the next meeting. This is the next meeting, and you have an answer. You want me to play that? I mean, it's on tape. That's the statement that you made. You assured that this would be heard at the next. You have no problem with it being moved to the next side. So the next month. This is the next one.
the commission's vote is to table this item until there's guidance from the state, and we don't have that.
Okay. Then what I'll do is I'll make this this commission still wants to do it. I'm still going to have this discussion at the commission conference.
I'm gonna make my objection. I wish to restate my objection to 11D. On the previous regular commission meeting on June 4th, at the recommendation of the attorney, the commission voted 3-1 in favor of seeking an attorney general opinion on this item. I recused myself then and will do so now if needed. Vice Mayor Scenario has insisted that the item be placed on the agenda again without decision by the AG's office. Furthermore, I renew my objection to the last meeting. There are no provisions in the charter for the commission to take a vote on the topic. While process in the charter for the commission to be called and revoke the manager's position. Furthermore, as written, this item is institutionally noted and violates my right to due process. As such, I renew my objection to this item proceeding in any location in the meeting.
My guidance on the issue hasn't changed. I really think the commission's decision on that item would be protected from guidance from the state. But that's still my recommendation. Your charter doesn't expressly authorize what you're trying to do, and I think it protects the commission to have the state either bless what you want to do or advise you to continue to do it. Or the commission takes any action.
The statement that I am doing is I am making my statement. As I say, if you want to add it to where it says we only move as mayor, I have no problem. I'm not going to make mistakes in communication comments, which is my prerogative as commissioner.
I'll just read my objection as stated previously. So is that item, is the item withdrawn as an 11B?
No, I'm not doing that.
And then, for the record, just give me one
I mean, my job is just to advise the commission, they voted the commission voted last time to table this until there was guidance. My request went out that week, we had that meeting Tuesday night, my request to the state went out that Friday, and delayed in submitting it. We don't have guidance back yet, it's the commission's choice, it's just my job to advise you. I think there's a risk here in proceeding on that when you don't have that authority in your charter. Trust me. If there's some inherent authority, and the state confirms that, that's different, but as we sit here right now, we're telling you you have that authority, and that's, I'm just reiterating what I said last month.
That's also.
I'm sorry, this is Representative Joseph.
I have a background advising.
If you don't mind, I would like to welcome Honorable Joseph to our
Friendly suggestion, you have the right to make your comments during your section comments but it's not actionable until, and I think you're saying the same thing, so I think you guys have reached it to a point, and then you can reiterate your comments, your objections in your comments as well, but you're not taking any action, and it's not in contravention of the attorney's advice. So,
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
And also, what I like to see, we're jumping a little bit around, on 7A, I'd like to know why that letter sent to the Attorney General was not put in back. As I read I received a copy of the letter, which the rest of the commission did not get. The points that you made, you jumped all over the place, and you finally made your points in the last two paragraphs of the whole thing. The whole statement. I felt that should have been, and I would have been brought up when we got to 7A, that should have been in the backup for the residents to see. I don't understand why it wasn't in the backup. That's not your attorney report. If that's an attorney report, I can see that you're going back. If that's like an agenda item. That should have been a backup.
We have to go to additional withdrawals and deletions. So this one, I'm going to let my fellow commissioners do what
I have my question after that.
so for letting the other fellow commissioners decide. So if you withdraw your
No, it's not. See what you said. I can still make my
if you withdraw your you can't have the item.
I can intercede and confirm what's just been stated to us. Like Senator Samaria, you can still make your discussion, or sorry, your statements as we've already iterated in the report section. I'm assuming for the commission. The issue is if we leave it on the agenda as a discussion item, I think the consensus is I want to see the rest of the commissioners, but last meeting we decided that we wanted input from the state before we proceed with the discussion. So I think we're only asking for it to be removed as a discussion item, but you're free to talk about it
at that time.
at that time.
Okay, no, I don't know. Let's talk about it. At that time, we wouldn't do this, not down the road.
No, that's not where it is. We can't stay 11B. If you guys can come, so let's see if we can do 11B standing or conditional. So that. Or have to go under commissioner comments.
Okay, fine.
So,
And then we have that make commission comments, but you don't commission comment on my comment, right?
no,
So then why don't we have it as a discussion? I don't understand why you would be allowed at my commission comments to comment on my comments, but as an agenda item, you won't discuss it. I don't understand.
I didn't say what.
You just said that they can't.
Any commissioner can process commissioner. It's not an actionable item. That's what it's explained by the representative. I'm waiting for my notes. I cannot go over this, as you all know, I confused myself last time, I was doing the same. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to, I'm gonna ask, is there a motion to remain with the item waiting for the agency's opinion? As produced.
I move we await the AG's opinion before discussing this item.
Is there a second motion? I'm accusing myself of the same reason I accused myself last time. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, item 11 is removed. Whatever.
Just to be clear, that the removal, it's only removed until there's guidance from the state, and that condition is still in place, right? So minister clear time.
So that means if it takes 6 months to a year, that means we have to wait for them. Suppose they come back and say we don't want to make a decision.
Then we'll have to circle back and discuss what the commission wants to do in that instance. The request is pending with the state attorney general's office right now. The hope is that they can write that in one way or the other. And I'll just reiterate that it's a prudent thing to do to protect the commission's ultimate decision. In light of the legal judgment. It's a prudent thing to do to protect the commission's ultimate decision on that item, as an action item, as a representative said.
Okay,
I have one other item. So, I mean, it's a packed agenda, but I want to advise there's actually 3 public hearings. The 2 ordinances are in first read. Those are also public hearings. We amend the agenda to make reference to that.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that?
So there's one resolution that's a public hearing on the non-ad valorem assessment for the return solid waste. The agenda notes that that's a public hearing. There's 2 proposed ordinances for first read. Those are also public hearings, and just requesting that the commission consider note taking. Those are also public hearings. In comment period will be separated, just as they are going to be for solid waste. Yes. Yes. So and the reason I wanted to discuss this in the session with all commissioners is because I know you guys have a packed agenda. I don't know if any of these items should be rolled. I don't think the budget should be rolled, obviously, but just food for thought, because there's going to be several public comment periods tonight. I just wanted the whole commission to do that at the same time. It's going to be a long meeting.
Okay, well, first of all, if there's a motion, there's a request for motion to amend the ordinance to indicate that they're public hearings. And that comment can be taken at the time. You make that motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes by the vote. Anything else on the agenda?
Some of the action items were moved up, but I just want the commission to know that if Commissioner Wise did earlier, there's a chance that you will have to vote on action items after she leaves. So I don't know if there are action items you want to bump up while you have an odd number. So they're heard earlier on before Commissioner Wise has to leave. It's your choice, and just if she leaves before you get to all your action items, there's a risk that you might have a 2-2 after she leaves, and that item.
That's why I can ask the 12 items about this. It's very brief, but it is an actual item. But so is Commissioner Tudor, probably best to discussion on additional actions.
The items that require a vote should come before discussion items, just to get those out of the way before. This has to be, I'm fine with that. In all honesty, with my 2 items, we'll probably start the discussion tonight, but this will probably tap all over to it.
So can we move on to 12 up after 11 C or action?
Yes, I'm fine.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay. So all of 12 will be in front of 10 C. Okay. Thank you. With that, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Say Connie Joseph, sent her around now. She will be back. So we had our first on presentation.
Okay, fair enough. We have a proclamation out here. If you could, I'll leave it with you. I'm going to ask the village manager and the public works manager to go up, voting with him, if you don't mind, please.
Look at you.
No, we always recognize it's fantastic.
Look at you.
And it's part of it.
You look beautiful.
It's a proclamation, a wonderful proclamation in honor of recognition of Mr. Earl Williams for 30 years of service to the village of Biscayne Park. Whereas 30 years ago, on June 19, 1989, Mr. Early McWilliams joined the village of Biscayne Park Public Works Department. And whereas Mr. McWilliams has and continues to be a dedicated public works employee for the village of Biscayne Park, Mr. McWilliams is recognized for his enduring effort to improve the village of Biscayne Park's medians, parkways, and facilities for all residents and visitors to enjoy. Whereas Mr. McWilliams' can-do attitude is recognized through his completion of many projects in the past, and always with kindness and a smile. Whereas Mr. McWilliams' productivity is evident throughout the village, his work to maintain and improve the distinctive characteristics and qualities of the village are enjoyed by the residents and visitors alike. And whereas Mr. McWilliams' work ethic and exceptional personality traits have led to countless acts of kindness towards village co-workers, residents, and those in need of assistance. And Mr. Williams has earned the respect and support of his colleagues. He's a true team player and rarely misses a day of work. He reports to work early and always is eager to start on time. As such, Mr. McWilliams has fondly been bestowed the nickname Early Birdman McWilliams from his peers. And whereas Mr. McWilliams and his public works team, as well as their counterparts from El Portal, Miami Shores, and North Bay Village, were honored last year with the local chamber's coveted Citizen of the Year Award in 2018, recognizing their outstanding efforts during the aftermath of Hurricane Irma. Whereas village employees, residents, and visitors particularly appreciate Mr. McWilliams' devotion, his good nature, persona, and his personal and compassionate style of work ethic. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner and Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, do hereby honor Mr. Early McWilliams for his outstanding service to the village and further proclaim June 19, 2019, Early McWilliams Day. We thank and congratulate him for his outstanding service and dedication to the village of Biscayne Park these past 30 years. Please join me in congratulating him.
And from the village, we have a plaque for Early. It says the Village of Biscayne Park Public Works Department wishes to honor and recognize Early McWilliams for 30 years of exemplary service, providing to the residents of the Village of Biscayne Park. We celebrate the passion, motivation, commitment, integrity, and loyalty. We thank you. June 19, 2019.
Item 11P is the public works manager. Would come on back up, please. Would Anthony Perez-Pignon also come on? He's pretty much to lead off on introducing the presentation and
Again, David Hernandez, Public Works Manager. Go ahead.
I'm Anthony Perez-Pignon. I want to give my idea for the Eagle Scout project that I was to accomplish.
A little background. Mr. Vidal came to the Parks and Parkway meeting with a proposed project. The project consisted of building and placing several birdhouses around the village. And he wanted to give something back to the community. Since he understands that this is a known bird sanctuary city, we thought the project would have been a good idea. So the Parks and Parkway, basically, he wanted to get this project up and running before August 27th. And we felt, well, the Parks and Parkway Board Advisory Group felt that the best way to have him, accomplish this is to basically approach the commission and see if the commission will give their blessing for him. This is at no cost to the village, no cost to the residents. This is a project that he wants to get with his peers to actually move forward in putting birdhouses around the village.
would you like that?
So in order to get along with this, I need the blessing of the committee so that I can move on with talking to the Boy Scout committee so that I can actually begin this project. But like you said, I've been here I grew up here since I was about 5 years old. I'm 17 years old now. I'm trying to accomplish my Eagle Scout project because it's seen as something very, very big around the world. It's seen everywhere. So that's what I want to accomplish. If I can get your blessing, that would be nice.
I'll speak for myself. You can welcome to as many bird houses in my yard as you would like. I welcome the project and I'm very excited. It's really nice that you want to get back. I
I love one at my house, but I got 4 cats.
I think it's a wonderful idea and really grateful for your idea and effort.
Excuse me, I think it's an amazing idea as long as the birdhouses will be placed in locations where I it's, worrying about where they'll be, they won't have a plane. I'm fine with it. I love going out in my yard and seeing birds and want to put birdhouses myself. So I love the idea.
Public Works will work to ensure that things, that residents are happy with the actual location.
Since this is a bird sanctuary, I love seeing birds. I think it's a great idea. As long as we leave it in, your hands, just ensure that it's put in some right areas. And that the residents want it to be on the way.
Since we have my other commission comments, I think it would be a very nice project.
So, is there a motion to have consensus to allow the project to move forward?
I make a motion that we go forward with this. I make a motion that we go forward with this.
Second?
Second the motion?
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a National League of City Service line program by Mr. Lee Zell, Regional Director. Could you come on up, please? And I'll ask the manager to give a little background to you.
I know Mr. Bell several weeks ago, and he presented an idea to me that is with the National League of Cities. And I'll let him give the details on it, but thank you for coming out, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, just had to make sure everything's going on.
Thank you very much for the invitation. As mentioned, I'm Lee Zell. I'm here to present to you the National League of Cities Service Line Program. The National League of Cities is an organization which the cities are aware of and residents probably not so. In this state, the Florida League of Cities is something that all of y'all are aware of, and it's basically a group of all the cities throughout the state. The National League of Cities is something similar, but it's actually all 40, or in this case, 50 states. And this program is available to 48 states. I guess it's just too difficult in Alaska and Hawaii to do this. But anyway, so this program is one of the public policy programs that is already part of what the National League of Cities has available to all cities across the nation. And the reason it's very important, and we came this evening to explain this, is aging infrastructure in this nation is a very dire issue. It doesn't get quite the attention it needs, but unfortunately lately it's risen much higher on all the cities across the nation's list of issues. And the reason is what we all think of is we receive water and the water goes away when we're finished with it into sewer and septic disposal kind of situations. But how it gets to our home and how it leaves our home is sometimes left as mystery. It just goes away. I guess we're happy the water shows up. But the National League of Cities in the last 16 years has been working on this program, and we've had it across the nation. In 2013, the American Society of Civil Engineers put out a report that told us we need to touch base with the cities. And what we heard there was the national water and sewer infrastructure across the entire nation was rated a D+. And so when we started touching base with cities saying, hey, we know we already communicate with you on this, but is this something you need us to pay greater attention to? Started a conversation was many cities thought of these kind of issues as things within the right-of-way. But when the National League of Cities was looking at this issue, we realized it was in the entire city footprint. And that meant that this issue actually reflected upon all of your properties, all of your property owners, entire footprint of the city. And that's because everything that goes on in the city is impacted by where this water and where this sewer or sewage and septic water is returned to. So what the National League of Cities Service Line Program does is, this is an educational program. First and foremost, what we do is we partner with each city throughout the nation, and we start communicating with your residents to help them understand how water and aging infrastructure in this nation does impact them. And specifically what this program is about is us coming together with the cities and asking for your partnership. And what we are doing is we communicate strictly through a letter. We don't communicate by phone calls and things like that, but strictly a letter that we work with the city on. And that letter goes out to your residents 3 times a year. That comes through the program. There is no cost for this program to the city. There is no tax dollars used from a city. It's a voluntary program, and it's set up so it's optional to allow any resident to say, I want to participate or I need some help. This program could help me. So what it does is it basically says, okay, every day when you go home and you have issues with a water issue in your area, you might think of reaching out and calling the city, calling your municipal authority. There's many different sources of water and sewer services, but the key is when you're at your house, you probably never realize that the issue might not be someone else's problem. It's really going to be yours. And that is most residents don't understand that between the city or the municipal water and sewer mains or the water meter in your home, that's yours. And so what this program does is to get ahead of the problem is we communicate with all of your residents to help them understand that in the future, hopefully not now, but in the future as they have these issues and they think of reaching out to the city, reaching out to a municipal authority saying, hey, there's water out here, I really don't know where it's coming from, they need to know that 93 out of 100 calls that come back to a city or a municipal authority actually end up being with that authority standing on the curb and having to face that resident saying, unfortunately, we found the problem, but it's actually on your part of the system. And at that moment, it's when your residents all of a sudden say, whoa, I thought that this was all the city's issue, or this was all the water authority's issue. And so this program is all about, we want to get ahead of that. We want to communicate to residents now. What we're able to do by doing this is help residents make their own plans, let them know about the issue, let them make their own plans on how they want to be prepared for this issue, and what they can do to take care of it. We also realize that some areas of the country are a little older than others as far as the infrastructure that's here. I did a little research for you all today and found out that 35% of the homes in this city are between 1940 and 1949 that they were built. 42% were built between 1950 and 1959. And only, and actually another 8% were built before 1939. The sad part of this, the discussion here is these water and lateral connections, they were never meant to last more than 35 years. So there's a great number of people in this community that are sort of, they're beyond the expectations of these parts of the system. And so this program is set up so that it creates a safety net program that is made available to all of your residents at no cost to the city as a voluntary program, so that any resident who says, I need some help, I want to work on this issue and I want to be prepared, they have the option to decide to choose to work within the program. The residents who say, this is not for me, there's no cost, there's nothing they need to do, don't respond. The program itself is set up to be a month by 1 month program. So if a resident says, you know what, I need some help, I'm gonna try this for a while. They can keep it as long as they want, 3-4 months, 3-4 years, whatever they wish. But at any time, they can say, I think it's done everything I wanted it to do. What this program does is when they participate in the program itself and they have an issue with a water line, instead of them having to call and say, how do I get this fixed? They call this program, and the program actually sends out your local businesses, contractors here locally, and then the program actually takes care of the cost of that. Now that's voluntary for them to participate, and those residents that say, I want to participate, they and only they have a cost for that program. So the water program, when they choose to use it voluntarily, is $5.75 for each 1 month they need to use that program. The sewer line program is $7.75 for each 1 month they want to use the program. The interior plumbing within the structure of their home is water and sewer both, and it's $9.99 each 1 month they want to use it. They can use it 7 months and have an issue. And when they do, the program takes care of the repairs in total. And 2 weeks later, they can say, and they do, they'll call and say, okay, I think I would like to cancel. It's all brand new. You can do that. That's how the program works. All the repairs that are done by your local contractors, the program guarantees for 1 year beyond when it's done, so that even if a resident cancels the program during that next year, if something goes wrong, then the program steps in and says, if that contractor can come back down, great, but if not, we will hire another contractor to come back and redo or repair any of the issues, even if you've already canceled. So the National League of Cities, we've had programs over the last 93 years. And in 93 years, we've worked with cities on solutions. And the reason we do is because some issues are larger than a city can do on their own. Water and sewer infrastructure is one of those issues where it becomes ominously expensive. And this issue is important because even when a city is not involved in the delivery of water service or sewer service or septic service. The key is your residents have those services. And when they have a problem, they can't turn to the municipal authority or the city and ask for help with something that's not actually part of their responsibility. It's actually the residents. So that's where this program comes forward and says, there's no loopholes in this. We literally design it so that each city, wherever you say that's where we stop or where our water authority says they stop, that's where we say then we take over so that this issue is no longer an exception for our residents. So the reason I'm here today is to ask for your permission. We communicate this program at no cost to the city. We communicate it in the spring, the fall, and you don't have winter, but in the winter. 3 times a year. Each time we're educating the residents on the water in the fall, on the sewer in the spring, and on the interior plumbing in what would be the winter, February. And in so doing, we're reminding them to pay attention to these issues. There is no requirement for any resident to participate. If not a single resident in your entire city participates in actually any of the safety net programs, that's fine. There's no requirement. This program lasts for at least 3 years. After that, we ask for you to tell us to continue in the future. And the entire time, it's an optional voluntary program with no cost to the city. So, any questions?
Commissioner?
Okay, so
I actually have a question, Commissioner. I do have a question. My only issue is the fact that we don't have sewers yet. We don't have sewers. Well, I think we have a couple sewers. I'm on the northeast side.
The northeast corner.
Primarily, we're on septic systems. So I would just want whatever program we do would function in that realm.
Yes.
And do you cover gas pipes at all? No.
Yeah, actually, yes, we do. That's a requested item, and we actually do a few other items because anything to deal with pipes, frankly, in this nation is a problem. So yes.
Because we're using gas lines, aging water lines, and then we have septic systems, which is falls on the resident property.
Yes, and so to be clear, and I'm carefully doing this so I don't interfere with your time this evening, is this program specifically, thank you for asking, will cover your water lines, whether they're city water or if they're a well. The program will cover along those lines. And if a resident says, I have sewer, they'll cover sewer. But also if that resident says, yeah, but I have a septic tank, it will also cover that. It will also cover gas. And I will add that because that's an item that we do take care of. So yes. To go a little further, by the way, I do want to clarify that we also, because of things like Flint, Michigan, this program is also able to, no one here will know when you happen to find a lead line in the city with the water, with someone's water connection, but we will. So once your residents have this program and say, I want to use this, if we find a lead line between that meter and their house, we won't fix it. We will cut it out and we'll replace it with something else. So just so you know, you do have a well-characterized aged area with a lot of reasons to be here. But part of that is we have to look back at the age of these areas. And when we do, we're going to bring them up to code, current code, and that includes, in this case, removing lead lines as part of the program, not something that's extra or excluded.
Thank you very much.
So the last thing is, just to say, is what we're asking this evening is, and I'll just make this kind of example motion, is we're asking if your commission would direct us to make a motion to authorize the city to enter into an agreement to communicate the National League of Cities Service Line program to our residents at no cost to the city, using no city tax dollars, available to all residents with no requirement for any resident to participate while in diversity options. So that's our request.
Is there a motion? And I don't think I need to word it. I think you worded it. Is there a motion? Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? None, motion passes 5-0. Right, thank you, sir.
I do have a question, I'm sorry. No impact my vote. Do you have examples of the consumer-facing communications? I looked through this and I presume that these are
We,
official-facing, not.
Right.
And I feel like, I just want to make sure that they are anecdotal, that people understand how and when to call you, how to identify the kinds of problems, right? Because not everybody understands why does my backyard smell so bad all of a sudden.
absolutely,
So,
we do. So, and I can go into depth, or I can tell you, yes, we do, and I'd be happy to cover that today or another day, your choice.
I think because of the time constraints we have this evening, another day is fine, but it would be great to see them just to make sure that they're.
Absolutely.
If you could just send them on to them to the.
Yeah, and so you know, we actually create that with you. So just so you know, so that you'll be involved, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Now that this is up to an action item regarding at the next meeting, we'll have to ratify the resolution, and I'm just looking at the link on the mirror my contact is attached to the material. I can move for the week on that, but this will have to be right up again at the next meeting to ratify these. We don't have a resolution or proposal attached to the.
So should the motion, should we rescind that motion just, and then we said we need to move forward with work with the manager on creating a resolution? Should we rescind that motion and do it that way? We have to
You
look
can
okay.
qualify to say that the manager and the attorney are authorized to proceed with preparing a resolution and the proposed agreement with the fees based on the resolution.
Thank you. We have such amendment? Can we have such amendment to the motion I just made? Vice Mayor makes a motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thanks for that correction. What is this? Okay, I guess it's not back yet, so we'll continue with, the auditors. If you could, Caballeros, Elena, and Garcia, please come on up. I'll let the manager go ahead and begin.
Thank you. We welcome Grant and Alex Rodriguez. They are our auditors with Caviar, and we have finished our fourth audit in 2 years now. And so we're happy to have 2018 done on time. And thank you for all of your assistance with that. And I'll shut up now and consent.
Well, good evening. For the record, my name is Enrique Llerena, and I serve as an engagement partner on the audit of the Vintage financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2018. As the manager mentioned, there's been a lot of catching up to do, but we're finally caught up and on track to for the next audit to be issued prior to March 31st. That's the goal. So I'll dive right in, but I know you're short on time. The first page of the financial statements includes our independent auditor's report. Here you see an example of an unmodified opinion, and the only kind of opinion you want to be associated with. And this states, if you notice in the opinion section at the bottom, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of September 30th, 2018. On this report, there's also an emphasis of a matter at the bottom. Here we're emphasizing something that's disclosed in your financial statements, but is of importance for the readers to know. During the current fiscal year, the village implemented GASB statement number 75 that impacts other social funding benefits other than pensions. This is a required implementation that all municipalities went through, including yours, and this impacted, we have this emphasis of a matter. It changed the footnote related to OPEB, and it's also a new RSI schedule that I'll show you which page that it's on. So we wanted to highlight that for the readers. Pages 3 through 11 of your financial statements has management discussion and analysis. This section is plain English explanation from your management in a narrative format as to what changed compared to prior year and why. So it's excellent. It's an excellent spot for the residents as well as you, as those charged with governance, to review to get a big picture of the results of the municipality for the year. So it's a very good place to start when you review this financial statement. As I mentioned, with the implementation of GASB 75, there was a new required supplementary information schedule. This schedule can be found on page 51 of your financial statements. GASB 75 changed the OPEB accounting from a funding liability to an actual accounting liability. So it changed how the liability is determined. And now on your government-wide financial statements, you actually report the amount. So for your sake, this number is not a very large number. It doesn't impact your necessarily that much, but it's still required to be presented. So here on page 51, you see the OPEB liability beginning and ending. And this restated your net position as of the beginning of the fiscal year implementation of the plan. The compliance section, which contains the rest of our reports, begins on page 54. And here on page 54, you see our independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. This is commonly referred to as the yellow book report, and this is broken down in 2 sections. You have internal control over financial reporting, and you have compliance and other matters. And here we will report to you any findings associated with internal control over financial reporting or compliance and other matters. When it comes to internal control over financial reporting, there were 2 findings. We have 2 findings that are actually being repeated from previous years. We have finding 2015-01, which I'll get into the details in a minute. And we also have 2017-03. In terms of compliance and other matters, I'm pleased to know that there aren't any findings to bring to your attention to relate to those items. So as I mentioned, those 2 findings are being repeated from previous years. So if you look at page 56, page 56 has a summary schedule of prior audit findings, and it gives you a chronological order of what has transpired since 2015. The first fiscal year that we actually audited the village was 2016. And if you notice here, there were some findings that were coming from 2015, which is the previous audit. That finding that was being repeated, 2015-01, has been modified and repeated along, so the village has made improvements in addressing the concerns related to that finding. And we're actually confident in working with management that for the next audit, that finding will probably be able to be eliminated. We also have a repeat finding, 2017-03, for improper systems access, which that finding has been resolved after the fiscal year. So because it was resolved after the fiscal year, we cannot remove it from our report, but we're confident that next year it's not going to be there. It's already been resolved, and your procedures have been updated. And if you notice here, matters that are not repeated, there's a series of findings that the village resolved during the fiscal year, going back to 2016 and 17. Keep in mind that 16, 17, and 18, these audits were done one after the other. So why does that matter? It matters because when items are identified and we explain to management what needs to be corrected and work with them on doing it, they may not have time within the pocket of the fiscal year because of the timing of the audit. So it's not fair to say that for multiple fiscal years, these items have been repeated and management has been slow to address them. In fact, over the period of what we've done, management has been very proactive to deal with these items and remediate the issues. So we have to give credit for this. So if you look at page 57, here it just begins to schedule findings and responses, and it provides a detail of the findings. The first finding is 2015-01, which relates to financial accounting and reporting. There were 3 items of concern that were discussed with management that are identified in the condition. And here you see the criteria that supports our finding, the condition that was identified, the cause, the effect, our recommendation, as well as the views of responsible officials, which is management's response to this finding and how they are going to execute on correcting these matters. For this particular finding, it continues to page 58, where management further clarifies what steps are going to be taken to remediate finding 2015-01. And then this is followed by the improper systems access finding, which is also clarified here that management has resolved this item as of May 2019. The last item that I'm going to cover is the management letter in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General. This is a standard letter that needs to be included in your financial statements, and it has a few required disclosures that we need to know. The first one I'd like to highlight is at the bottom of page 59, where we have the opportunity to communicate any recommendations to improve financial management, and I'm pleased to know that we do not have any recommendations to bring to your attention at this time. Also on page 60, under the additional matters section, we will bring to you any instances of non-compliance that did not rise to the level of a significant deficiency or material weakness, but that will still merit the attention of the users of the financials. I'm pleased to know that we do not have any findings of that nature to bring to your attention. Elias is now going to discuss the final communication to structure governance letter of provide as part of this
Good evening. You've provided a summary on the communications at the conclusion, the communications letter at conclusion to those charged with governance. This serves as a report card of management performance throughout the audit process. We are pleased to announce that we had no significant issues or disagreements with management throughout the audit process. I would also like to take this moment to thank Christian Manners and your team for your, as well as Sharon Rosina from GMS, for all your hard work and your responsiveness throughout the audit process. We wouldn't have been able to accomplish what we accomplished without your help. Also, this letter highlights 2 audit findings, as Enrique mentioned. And this was my presentation. We're open to any questions if you have any questions.
I'll just like to say thank you. I wish to say my gratitude to the mayor, staff, GMS, and the others. I'm sure you know to compliance with the state audit and submission for the first time since taking office back in December 2016. 2 years ago, we completely rebuilt this book and submitted the audit 2015, 16, 17, and now 18 on time. Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the first audit that we've seen on time since we passed through the 2015 audit. Is that correct? Positive transformations in progress of our finance department and GMS has ensures accountability and transparency to all of our residents. And of course, any and all findings will be addressed, but I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate all those involved. Thank you all very much. Okay, we will now open the floor for public comments. As a reminder, the village clerk will call each individual only one at a time to address the commission. Please keep your comments within the 3 minutes. Any and all agenda items should be addressed during this time, with the exception of the public hearings, which would be items 9A, B, and 10A, which is denial of agricultural assessment for residential solid waste. Individuals will have a chance to discuss the non-agricultural solid waste assessment as well as to ordinances during the separate public comments. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first speaker?
Charles, Dr. Morris. I'm sorry.
Somebody say the name of the panel.
Just Morris, everybody calls me Doc.
There it is.
It's on done.
Okay.
Dr. Morris, 734 Northeast 119th Street. A lot of you know me, and some of you don't, so I'll give you a brief history on me. I came to Miami in '62, did my internship residency down at Jackson, and for about 5 years. After that, I went into the military for 2 years, and then I came back to Miami. I saw my house, which I live in right now, and I love the park and everything about it. I served on the commission, in time. I served on the commission from '05 to '09. Prior to being on the commission, Bob Anderson asked me to be on a committee. The committee was for developing the charter. We met every single week, sometimes twice a week, for 1 year and wrote the charter. John Hearn was our attorney, and he came to every single meeting. We took a lot of time doing this, and we realized that after it was all done, it may need to be changed periodically. We understood that. We tried to answer all the questions so it wouldn't have to be changed. Dan asked me to give a few comments about the charter. And the one thing I wanted to leave with you is you can't change the charter with an ordinance. You can only change the charter by having the populace vote. We did this a few years ago when we changed the time of when we had the election. It used to always be in April. We changed it to the general election time in November. So the entire populace voted on that, just like they voted for the charter itself. So Dan asked me to say a few words, and that's what I did. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here to give this presentation. By the way, the people that were on that committee was Steve Bernard, his wife, Vicky, Bill, myself, the attorney. We had an older gentleman that knew the statutes backwards and forward in Florida. He'd bring the book in every time to make sure we did everything right. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you so much, sir. Oh, yeah. Madam Clerk?
John Easton. Bob Anderson.
Bob Anderson, 119th Street, that place. First thing I'll ask is for the attorney to go ahead and please speak into the mic. Maybe move on the other side. Sitting in the audience, we can't hear you. So you need to have your mouth close to the mic. Also, on 5 we just got a presentation from the auditors. When will we be able to look at it online? I'd like to peruse that. Also, 10A, my understanding is we're going to have a chance separately to talk about the waste fee. Okay, so that'd be a separate item. Okay, I'll talk about that later then. Okay, let me see. The workshop that was on April 16th, 2019. Dan is the only commissioner who asked why the workshop topic was changed with no commission discussion and no follow-up. At the end of the workshop, there was to be a follow-up on the survey at the next commission meeting in May. So far, that hasn't been done. Also, thank you for moving 12 feet on the high lift. We've been trying to get one for many, many years. Our foliage shows that we definitely need it in the hurricane season. I hope you guys approve it. Thank you.
Sure. J.D. Anderson.
Jamie Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. First of all, I want to thank Public Works Manager Hernandez. Good job continues. We've just seen so many changes, and we still haven't really been here that long. And I sure hope he is always, he and his team, is always going to get the support to get the equipment. It doesn't do us any good to have good employees, which we do, if they don't have the tools that they need to do their job. And this gentleman and his team are doing the job, so we certainly hope for one thing that we put tonight. The meeting procedure agenda item. Well, one of the issues I have is that there are detailed rules for the public and the consequences if we break those rules, but there's no equivalent for the commission. And this means we're vulnerable to still getting the proverbial monthly slapdowns from certain commission members, and we've got to sit quietly in the audience, basically on our hands and not defend ourselves. It's time for the commission to hold themselves to, at the very least, the standards that you're asking out of us. Commissioner Samaria, what's supposed to address? Oh, forget it. I want to thank you. You and I disagreed frequently over the years, but you so proved yourself to be a gentleman, Dan, month after month. And that when you, Dan, say that it's all about what's best for the community, again, whether I agree with you or not in certain specifics, I know you mean it. Got a question on why the RFP wasn't done in time for sanitation. Because it would appear to put us rather than a ball in terms of not a whole lot you can negotiate with Waste Pro, but we've got nothing else on the table. Now, no disrespect intended to this gentleman that I'm introduced to tonight, but whoever made the unilateral no commission discussion decision to put an armed marshal on the dais obviously wasn't thinking of optics, because the optic for a small community where we supposedly pride ourselves on a core value of getting to knowing each other and respecting each other is a really bad optic.
do the same. Madam
Linda Dillon, 712 Street. I have to apologize to everybody. At last month's meeting, I commented that there were 5 months of minutes from the code board that were not presented to the commission for approval. I stand corrected, there were only 4, and I'm glad to see that now we only have 3 that still haven't been presented. And speaking about minutes in general, I know that we've all gone round and round about what the minutes should entail, and we all agreed that we did not want word for word minutes. That would be far too much work for our village clerk. But when I looked back at the minutes from several of the meetings, and it talks about residents who presented or said something, we have no idea what they were for or against, or what the topic was. And it would certainly be helpful for me to know how many of the people that spoke were either in for or against a particular topic and what that topic was.
Thank you.
Eric, you?
Can you hold on one moment, please? Mr. Jones, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Kiwanis, Mr. Kilgore, if you would mind, sorry, and I'll just, say something to, the representative to come, talk.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. First of all, I want to welcome you.
Good evening, everyone. I don't get no response here. Let's try this again. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, that's a little bit better. For those who don't know me, my name is Donnie Joseph, and I am your state representative for this area representing District 108. I had to sneak out earlier because I had another presentation at North Miami, and I figured I'd just come back. So what I'm going to do today is give you a little bit of an update of what happened in Tallahassee. I'll talk about some of the things that I personally did, some of the big picture things that happened, some of the things we fought for and fought against, okay? So jumping right into it, there were 3 bills that I got passed this session. The first one is HB 563, which allows victims of domestic violence to qualify for unemployment compensation if they have to leave their job because of a domestic violence situation. So that was the first one. The second one is one that clarified a provision with homeowners insurance policies and the notice that had to go out. Basically, people were getting confused because they thought they needed to get the flood insurance when they already had flood insurance, but the statutory language was required, so we worked with the insurance companies and the agencies involved to make sure that the language is clear and people don't get confused and buy unnecessary insurance. Lastly, we passed SB 1306, which we did in conjunction with Senator Pizzo, which commemorated the 100-year anniversary of women's suffrage. I don't know if you know this, but we just celebrated the 100-year anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So those are the ones that did get passed. I filed a couple of bills that didn't get passed, so I'll run through those really briefly. We had a resolution that would allow Florida to be the last state that would pass the Equal Rights Amendment, which would declare basically that men and women are equal under the U.S. Constitution. Some people tend to think that it's only something that impacts women, but it isn't. For example, there's the U.S. Supreme Court case of Nugent, where there was a gentleman serving abroad, had a baby, brought the baby back to the United States, raised him as a single father, and by the time he turned 18, he got into some trouble and had to get deported. Why? Because he was not deemed a U.S. citizen. Because had he been born abroad to a U.S. mother, he would have gotten his citizenship, but because he was born to a U.S. father, he did not automatically get his citizenship. Yeah, see, lots of little things. There's a whole host of reasons why the Equal Rights Amendment is important, so we're going to continue pushing for that. Paid family leave. The United States is the only country in the developed world that does not have some form of paid family leave. So we tried to push for that. I'm going to skip over some of them. Background checks, universal background checks. That's something that just about everybody, including 90% of gun owners, agree on, but we could not get that done. We filed legislation to protect the Sadowski Fund, to repeal the death penalty, to protect women from maternal mortality with a prevention task force. So those didn't move that time, but I did move some. So, you know, some people go to Tallahassee for 8 years and they don't get anything, but I got 3 my first session. So there you go. In terms of money, we fought hard And it was a challenge with the budget this year. We filed 2 pieces of legislation for the Village of Biscayne Park, one for street infrastructure improvements and another for the generator and recreation center, and we could not get them to move. I think we had a couple meetings with the mayor and a couple folks in Tallahassee. The senator and I have some strategies that we're going to rework this time to see if we can get some movement on both of those. And I think, I'm hopeful, but it's a really challenging budget season. People are getting vetoed left and right. Some Republicans didn't get stuff in the budget, just for context. Now, it's true. Now, in terms of my top co-sponsored bills that passed, we had the infectious disease elimination program, which is basically the pilot program that originated out of the needle exchange program. So it was very successful down here. It's now open for the entire state to participate in. That was a big victory. Dignity for incarcerated women basically allows women to have access to feminine hygiene products, which you would think was a given, but it wasn't. So we had to fight for that. In addition to make sure that male guards were not in places where women were changing and that sort of thing and doing the pat downs. Again, things that you thought should have already been happening that were not. Texting while driving. If you don't know that that law took effect, it started July 1st. Right now we're in a warning period. So from now until January 1st, 2020, you will be issued a warning. Now, what exactly are the requirements? One is you're not allowed to text and drive. Before it was a secondary offense, it's now a primary offense, which means you can stop and ticket it just for that purpose. In addition to not being able to text and drive, if you're in a sensitive zone, like a school zone, a construction zone, you're not allowed to have the phone in your hand at all. Okay, so just remember that. Now, you're going to get warnings up until January 1st, 2020. Once we kick in January 1st, then you'll start to actually get citations. First one is $30, then $60 in addition to points on your license. So it's whatever it is, it can probably wait. If it can't wait, pull over. That's my advice. Fair enough? In terms of making sure that we had racial justice provisions, because we were concerned about racial profiling, we added provisions into the bill to make sure that we keep track of, that kind of data to see how it's progressing. So that's that. Now, in terms of other good bills that passed, criminal justice reform, HB 7125, there were lots of good things that happened. We eliminated the mandatory direct file, which was a big thing in the criminal justice reform world. We raised the felony theft threshold from $300 to $750, and a whole host of other things. There was it reduces the occupational licensing barriers for people with felony convictions, so now they can actually work when they get out of prison and they have served their time, and it limits the number of offenses that can result in a driver's license suspension. Now, we also passed the anti-Semitism bill, which added that provision to our general discrimination laws in our schools, which was not a part of it previously. We removed the ban on smokable marijuana, which should have happened a long time ago, but thankfully with some pressure from the governor, we actually got that done in the legislature this time. Prescription drug importation program, HB 19, that lets states, agencies, and private pharmacies import less expensive drugs from reputable and regulated suppliers in Canada and elsewhere. Now, here's some things that we fought back against successfully. We protected the teachers' referendum. If you recall, Miami-Dade County decided to tax itself in a referendum to fully fund our public schools. What the legislature tried to do is say, well, you have to share to traditional public schools, you have to share those with charter schools because people were confused about what they were voting for. So we pushed back and said people were not confused and knew exactly what they were voting for, and we got to push it at bay. At first, they tried to carve out everybody except for Miami-Dade, but then we pushed them back some more, and then we eventually got it so that we're not sharing it this time. But going forward, any future referendum money will have to be shared with charter schools until we change the legislature. In terms of other things we fought back against, Medicaid and Medicare restrictions that they tried to implement, that just made no sense, but some people were trying to make political statements. We fought back, it didn't go anywhere. Now, here's some things that we fought hard, but they got passed anyway. Anti-sanctuary cities bill. There are no sanctuary cities in Florida. Nevertheless, we passed a bill that forces our local law enforcement agencies, as well as our state agencies, to participate with federal immigration officials to hold people up to 48 hours beyond what's constitutionally allowed, beyond what a judge requires, beyond any of that stuff. And there is no real compensation for that. They compensate up to $50 for the 24-hour period, but most of the incarceration time, that jail time ranges between $60 a day up to $800 a day, depending on where they're in prison. Who's going to pay that? Well, it's going to go through the local governments, which is going to be funneled on to us non-tax evading citizens. What else did we fight against? Arming teachers. Why in the world we would want to arm teachers, I don't know, other than putting a target on their back and not insuring them and not addressing a whole host of safety issues that arise from it, but that's the state of the law right now. Fortunately for us in Miami-Dade County, the school board and the top law enforcement official has decided not to arm teachers. That's something they can opt in or opt out of. Restrictions on local government ability regarding housing, HB 7103. So whereas before you could require some inclusionary zoning provisions, you are now prohibited from doing so. Yay for the legislature right now. But we're still fighting against that. Give us some time. Lastly, we have constitutional amendments and voting rights. So there were some positive things as it pertains to voting rights and some not so positive things. Positive things include we extended the cure period for a voter to correct any signature deficiencies up until the second day after the election. Currently, the deadline is 7 p.m. on election day, so that's a good extension. In addition to that, it requires the Department of State to provide formal training regarding signature matching, which was a big issue during the last election cycle. It also allows voters to drop off his or her vote by mail ballot at a secure drop box located at the early voting location instead of having to go all the way to the main location that was not accessible to a lot of people. Now for the not so good. The implementing bill, which basically undermines Amendment 4. As you know, an overwhelming majority of Floridians voted so that felons could get their rights restored once they paid their time. Now the legislature has decided to add an additional requirement that was not there before in terms of the financial obligations. Some have called it a poll tax, some have called it other things. Regardless of what you want to call it, it's a financial obligation that otherwise could have been mitigated in a different way. Senator Pizzo and I are working to do what we can in Miami-Dade to mitigate the impact, working with the state attorney's office to see if we can create a sort of rocket docket to address those kinds of cases. In terms of some things that the governor did, he pardoned the Groveland Four. I don't know if too many people are familiar with the Groveland Four. There are 4 African-American teenagers who were accused of crime that he did not commit, and some were shot, killed, some of them still survived. In any event, they were posthumously pardoned, and this is something that is well overdue. The legislature apologized to the family during the last session, but our former governor did not pardon them. This governor did. The one legislation as it pertains to environment that actually had some movement today, this session, was the ban on plastic straws. And the governor vetoed it, which is good, right? Because he's saying that local government should be in charge of that. And then today he launched Forward Florida, which is an initiative for veterans and making sure that they have access to the services that they need. And that's pretty much it. I don't know if you guys have any questions, but otherwise I will take my leave. Yes.
Very hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dick, for supporting me. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know about Representative Johnson, but I can show you some deep breath.
Yeah. Oh, and let me introduce you. This is Kirsty Miles. She will be your liaison for the office. If you have any issues, she's going to stick around. She has cards if you have any questions, concerns.
Thank you so much.
Gary Fuel, 777 Northeast on 11th Street. I'd like to address 12A concerning the risk management survey. This may be a good idea depending on the cost, but bear in mind, once this is done, you're going to have a list of deficiencies. And there needs to be an action plan and the resources, meaning money, to address it. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with a blueprint for lawsuits. It seems to me that we have some considerable resources in-house, meaning the chief and the public works director, who I think collectively probably have a good 40 years experience, if not 50, if you combine them. And they're exactly the kind of people that would do this kind of a survey. with that said, there are some immediate concerns. I don't know where we are with our emergency management plan for the hurricane. I do see there's an item on there for grubs, but do we have a permits in place for dumping? I haven't seen any outreach to the community in terms of communications. Don't think we want to go through another debacle like we did with Irma. Post-its on telephone poles doesn't really serve to communicate with the village. Excuse the pun, but we don't want to be left in the dark like we were then. We need a real emergency plan. I also see in the manager's report where bids are being taken for bollards at the rec center. I think that was an important issue at one time when we used to hold meetings there, but we, as far as I know, don't hold meetings at night there anymore. And it seems rather extravagant to go ahead and put lighting there for apparently decorative purposes if it's not being used at night. Whereas now we have a real issue with this building. This is a real liability. We don't meet the basic standards for exit lighting. By the way, I'm an architect. I've been in Miami-Dade for 40 years doing construction and design. And you don't have, basic parking lot lighting. I mean, you have an opportunity here for muggings, assaults, robberies, what have you. Even trip falls. I think that whatever you're thinking of allocating for the rec center should be devoted to this building first, and this should definitely be the priority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dan Schneider.
Dan Schneider, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. Tonight I'd like to talk about agenda items 11D and 9A. First of all, I'd like to, Commissioner Samaria has tried every avenue available to him to initiate a frank conversation about the failure of leadership demonstrated by the mayor over the last 3 years. But Tracy and the village attorney have used every possible tactic to ensure that that conversation doesn't take place. If there is no mechanism to recall a mayor or commissioner, then there's no reason to give commissioners the right to recall board members. The truth is that if the last commission had brought up item 9A, I would have objected to it on the grounds that no one can predict what type of commission we will have in the future. Although I did agree with many ideas proposed by the previous commission, I felt they had a level of competence and professionalism that gave them credibility, and I respected them. But still, had the last commission proposed what Tracy is now proposing, I would have warned them that there could come a time in the future when trust and faith in our elected officials here in the village was so battered and frayed that it would be unthinkable to allow them more power over village residents and the boards that serve them. That time is now. I don't know any other way to say it. Through words and actions, two of our commissioners have shown that they are more interested in beating up on residents and settling personal scores from behind the dais than they are in doing anything positive to move the village forward. And let's not forget, at the last meeting, the village attorney felt obligated to inform residents that the village is currently the focus of an ethics investigation by Miami-Dade County. Does anyone really think this is the time to be giving the commission more power? This commission, specifically this commission, is literally the best example I can think of as to why this added power should never be granted to any commission.
McDonald, Hammond.
I just like to remind the residents that the agenda was amended, so items 9A and 9B, you'll have an opportunity to definitely go to the public hearing. I don't want to interrupt you, but so if there's any public comments for this ordinance, we are in
McDonald Kennedy, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. Regarding the Miami-Dade County ethics investigation that Rebecca announced at the last meeting. So you're under investigation. That's no reason to not disclose what happened in the March 5th commission meeting. Man up and tell us what happened already. Stop protecting whoever you're protecting and be honest and transparent. Show the integrity and ethics that Betsy, Will, and Dan promised when they ran for office. Integrity and ethics
were printed right on the enormous campaign sign that hung on Betsy's porch. Integrity and ethics. It's time to walk the walk, folks. Stop using your new excuse, the ethics investigation, to deceive us. Seriously, man up. One of you is a federal marshal or agent or something. 2 others are member of the Florida bar or the bar of some states. I shouldn't have to shame those 3 people into doing the right thing here tonight. The topic of behavior unbecoming is part of an agenda item tonight, so I'd like to list some behaviors that I consider to be unbecoming. Misinforming residents about undervoting being a form of voter suppression, not showing up for commission meetings and not properly accounting for unexcused absences, canceling meetings in violation of our charter, sitting on the dais looking bored while residents speak, rolling your eyes and not paying attention, interrupting residents who are speaking, not uniformly enforcing the decorum rules, not answering emails, not responding to resident questions, residents who demonstrate they care more than you do many days. Taking measures to stifle free speech, threatening residents with possible legal action for requesting public records. Asking board members to exclude certain residents from public events because you have a personal vendetta against them. That is particularly unbecoming a leader. If you pass that ordinance with language about conduct unbecoming, I'll be back to request that 2 board members be immediately removed from their positions. I will provide evidence that indicates one board member may be a threat to residents and that the other lied in legal documents about communicating with the police chief and the village manager. Before you start more things tonight that you'll never complete, how about getting something done? Get something good done. Move us forward. Here's a quick list of pending topics you might want to address. Betsy's public request scandal, Tracy's email response issue, the vision and branding workshop that seems to have disappeared, the driveway and swale ordinances. Interesting to note that Will, Dan, and Betsy are all non-compliant with that ordinance. The construction ordinance. That was an entirely separate meeting. I got 11 seconds, Tracy, I'm still talking. Will's communications workshop. Properly enacting rules for decorum and for the sergeant at arms. And one last thing. I'm a little disappointed that Jenny has not proposed one single new idea here today. Jenny, I really thought you'd come to the table with some stuff.
Thank you.
And I'd like you guys to report when absences are excused or unexcused by commission members, please. Seem to gloss right over that. Thank you.
I can't understand the next name, so I'm gonna say the address, 11020 Northeast 9th Court.
Yeah.
What's your hand?
Oh, I must have done the wrong thing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Barbecue.
I'm new to this.
Barbecue, 111th Street. This isn't an equal relationship between residents and commissioners. You chose to be a commissioner and represent residents to make sure the village manager is doing his job. You said you'd listen to residents' problems, complaints, and suggestions. You took an oath to carry out our charter. If residents come up month after month upset about the way the village is being run, you're supposed to listen and not try to silence them. When there's clear evidence that the charter is being violated, you're not supposed to remain silent. The commission is accountable to residents, not the other way around. Our code of ordinances governs Biscayne Park and contains our charter. There are specific prohibitions for commissioners. Commissioners, including the mayor, are not allowed to enact things independently. They act as a body. Mayor Trumpman has violated our charter numerous times. After Hurricane Irma, she signed a debris pickup contract without involving the commission and without getting an RFP, a charter violation. She furnished our lobbyists with a list of priorities for the village without consulting the commission, a charter violation. She did an exhaustive investigation on an administrative issue involving a household that had sent to our manager many emails. She said in her report that she obtained her information from staff. This investigation was a charter violation. She has pulled agenda items from other commissioners citing non-existent ordinances. At the last meeting, she instituted new changes in commission meeting procedures, our Sergeant of Arms, without bringing it before the commission. There was a quorum available for the March 5th commission meeting, and the meeting was canceled. No one except Vice Mayor Samaria is asking why or who canceled the meeting. Our attorney tried to dissuade Vice Mayor Samaria from addressing this because she said there was an active Ethics Commission investigation. Our commission, with the exception of Vice Mayor Samaria, remains silent, even though they're aware of the violations. Even when the commission acknowledges Mayor Trepman's transgressions, there's no accountability. Violating prohibitions for commissioners can be grounds for removal from the office by the state attorney of Miami-Dade, according to our charter. I agree with Vice Mayor Samaria. The commission should have an open discussion about Mayor Trepman's leadership. I think it's time for a change.
Next one, Rox Ross.
Good evening, Rox Ross, 11166 Greenwood Boulevard. My first item is 10C, the Grubbs contract. As I pointed out to you last month, the public opening of bids was purportedly done on August 20th. The date, August 20th, was not the date specified on the RFP, but it is the date on the tabulation sheets. So that date was not noticed to the public, and the opening and the tabulating of bids was not done in the public as required by state law and village procurement processes. Although we certainly have needed a high lift for quite some time, and I'm glad there is some movement on it, the same issue about improper procurement is repeated again at item 12B. The item recommends financing of the nifty high lift for a period of 6 years, but it really involves the purchase of equipment for $23,000 to $26,000 without going through the competitive bid process outlined in the village's purchasing and procurement ordinance and state law. Coincidentally, if you read the audit report, this audit that was just completed includes a finding that the village was not following its procurement policies during the year reviewed, which increases the likelihood, as the auditors say, increases the likelihood that funds may be misused due to improper review of purchases. Instead of repeating that error, can we follow a proper process as outlined by the state law and village law? Item 12A is risk management, risk and safety management. The mayor's right, most small cities don't have a dedicated risk management staff. So the League of Cities, the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, offers a variety of programs and services and resources that are available to the city, our village, for free, just because we're a member of Florida League of Cities and FMIT. Other managers in the past have consulted and gotten FMIT specialists to give recommendations on facilities and operations at Public Works and at the rec center. I haven't figured out why item 12C seeks to formally task the manager to do something that is already a part of his job today. And I hope that there's no ulterior motive behind this agenda item. By the way, adding that lift to our PW operations is exactly the type of situation that begs for an FMIT consult to implement best practices for safe operation of that lift. Are you planning? Is that part of your plan for bringing in the high lift? I don't know. There was nothing about it. As I pointed out to you last month, the consent agenda, again, this month, repeats a special meeting that was held on 5/7 at 6:30, an executive session that was held without notice to the public. And it also repeated that the 5/7 minutes, say you approve the minutes. Scott Morris asked me to convey a question to you because he ran out of time, if you would indulge Bob Morris. We asked me to ask the question of everyone on the dais. Please raise your hand if you've read the village charter. Who started the question? Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. Chuck Ross.
Chuck Ross from 1166 Griffin Boulevard. Couple of things. First thing was, at the last meeting, he had a speaker come up here, and he pretty much went after us in the audience. And that type of behavior, we're here to address you and the issues. Speakers should be coming up here and attacking us in the audience because we can't defend ourselves. So if that happens, then you want to give us the opportunity to come up and rebut. I don't think we want to have that type of meeting. So I hope if that happens again, you'll put a stop to that. I have some concerns about the attorney. We had a couple of things. The first thing is, let's talk about the issue about the change in mayor discussion. At that time, the mayor was told and advised by the attorney to recuse herself because she had a conflict. The conflict related to the salary. So if in fact you did have a conflict, you should have left the room, and the attorney should have advised you to leave the room. And that's not what happened. Not only did you not leave the room, you presided over the discussion, and the only thing that you didn't do is you abstained from voting. And I'm just surprised that the attorney didn't actually stop you. It's a violation of Miami-Dade County Code 2.11-1 (d). And this is an attorney, going on about the attorney for a moment. This is an attorney who's taking certain incorrect positions regarding our code. She stated that some of the positions she said are historical, which was not accurate when he talked about falling back on the Miami-Dade County Code. If our code is silent, it's not correct, it's not historical. I believe she's assisted in preventing certain items by now Vice Mayor Samaria from bringing them to the agenda. And the thing that the other thing is, there was one more item. Now let me move on because I'm running out of time. The hurricane workshop on May 11th, I've done a public records request because I had a question of the manager and I asked him about the debris, the monitoring contract for debris removal. He has not answered me. It's been over a month, and he told us that that workshop was going to be on the June agenda. Now we're on the July agenda. I really just want an answer one way or the other. Do we or do we not have a monitoring company? As you told me we did at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Okay, is anybody outside of the public comment who still have to make a public comment? Okay, having none, we'll close public comment. Information updates, Attorney Rodriguez.
Thank you. A few items. Let's provide everyone an update with respect to the FEMA field. I'll go one by one. There were three. They are all related to Hurricane Irma and two particular contracts, as well as the removal contract and the PCP lobby monitoring contract. But the only difference in the appeals is the time period. The issue is the payment off. Those two contracts. With respect to project number 5511, the original project claim amount for the village was $55,106.48. FEMA initially denied a portion of that project claim, totaling $28,104.75. That came out that was at issue in the appeal. The village timely submitted the FEMA appeal on April 18th, 2019. It first goes to the State Department of Emergency Management. The state recommended approval and agreed with the village's position that those contracts properly procured. And I'm happy to report that FEMA has issued their determination on that particular appeal, and that appeal was approved. They agreed with our position and the state's position that those two contracts were properly procured under the circumstances, the authority that the commission has. So the amount approved in the appeal is the full amount of that issue, $28,140.75. I don't think we've received those funds yet, but it's approved, so there's nothing left to do with that one, but we can check.
They've been obligated.
Yes, yes. They've been obligated. For those who don't know, FEMA determines whether they're obligated to reimburse the municipality for funds expended in response to certain disasters. And FEMA initially determined that some of the village expenses were not obligated. They reversed their decision on that with respect to project 5511. There's nothing left to do but wait for the check as to that one. The second project was 12857, also for Hurricane Irma, but for a different time period. The original project claim amount was $414,000 and change. FEMA initially denied a portion of that to the tune of $180,000. Kindly submitted an appeal to that decision on April 16, 2019. Florida Department of Emergency Management issued a recommendation that FEMA appeal be approved. They agreed that the village properly procured those contracts. That's still pending a decision with FEMA. I'm hopeful that since they're the same contracts that were issued in the first appeal and it's the same issues, different time period, I'm hopeful that people will follow suit with this decision in the first appeal. The last appeal is project number 5517. This is the largest. The original project claim amount was $607,000 and change. FEMA initially denied a portion of that claim, $540,000. That was the amount of issue in the appeal. The village timely submitted its FEMA appeal on May 2nd, 2019. The Florida Department of Emergency Management issued a recommendation on June 7th, recommending that the village's appeal be granted for the same reasons as the other two. The contracts are properly procured under the circumstances. We are awaiting FEMA's determination on that appeal as well. But again, those are the same two contracts, the BCP-wide contract and the Reps contract that were issued in all three appeals. So that's the FEMA appeal update. I'm hoping to have more for you guys. I don't know if we'll move on to my next subject. Any questions about that? Anything else? No, for FEMA, yes, but I have another update. We kind of already touched on it, but I think Vice Mayor Smear may want to express his opinion now that we're in that section of the agenda before we were in agenda approval. So I'll give him that opportunity. At the last commission meeting, there was an item presented by Vice Mayor Samaria to discuss a vote of no confidence to remove the mayor from her position, not from the commission, but from her position as the mayor, which has a different salary than just a regular commissioner. I advise the commission that if you don't have that express authority in your charter, the prudent thing to do would be to obtain an advisory opinion from the state attorney general's office to protect the commission's ultimate action or inaction. And the commission voted to table that item until the state weighed in. That meeting was on a Tuesday night. That request went out to the state that Friday. As you sit here today, I do not have a response. My assistant is routinely following up about once a week. And that's the update. I'll let Commissioner Smeary express himself, Vice Mayor Smeary express himself, and I'd like an opportunity to rebut anything he says, but of course.
I responded by email to you. With the email that you sent out to the state, you went into a whole bunch of stuff that's in chart. Just basically a couple questions I'll give to you. In this, if this is your attorney's update, this would have been done at the end. This is considered an agenda item. The letter that you sent to the Attorney General should have been in backup that the residents would have been able to see. The only one the rest of the commission hasn't seen, unless you sent it out to anybody else, but see if you own a copy of me, so I gather I'm the only one that got a copy of the letter. Okay, that should be in backup for the rest of the commissioners to see. And you also informed us at the last meeting that the item could be put back on, if you said you felt that we will get answer at the next commission meeting, that it wouldn't take that long to get. It's taken long to get. The questions that you asked, I believe was not the right questions. You were going into making it look like I was trying to remove her from the commission. As I said a million times, this is not to remove her from the commission. I don't have that power. Only the voters have the power. We vote her in as a commission, as a mayor. We should be able to remove her from that position. I also requested of the city manager and the village clerk, again, if I say the name wrong, please, I requested that we looked and we had a mayor, say that name wrong, please. In 1997, she was mayor and was removed from mayor, and she stayed on the commission, but then she resigned from the commission, which is the same concept that I was going through. I still had my contact information, and I even offered to go into the law academy and look up the information myself. I know that the clerk is busy and everybody, that's why I offered to do myself. But to not receive it yet, I'm still waiting. I want it for this meeting. And so I believe that I should have gotten it. I don't know why I haven't gotten it. I'm hoping I'm not being stored. I'm going to continue to bring this item up because this is an item that I think, I'll add it in my statement. Basically, we as a commission have to hold, if we hold the residents responsible, we have to hold ourselves responsible. And I'm part of this commission. And I'm one of 5 members that I believe has not held this mayor accountable for her actions. And I'll leave that for my speech at the end, or my statement at the end. But then I'm going to repeat the statement when we finally get the okay from the Attorney General. I'm going to continue to repeat that every single month until that comes up. Because I think this is a conversation, discussion that I think we as a commission need to have. If I screw up, I would rather be that sensitive. I wouldn't consider it sensitive. I would rather have the commission say that I'm doing something wrong than to have the ethics say that I'm under investigation for something serious. This commission as a body needs to be held accountable. If we're going to hold the residents accountable, we have to be held accountable. And I don't believe, again, I'm part of this commission, that we have not done our jobs. This commission to hold this man accountable. We need to have a discussion. We have a discussion. The commission doesn't agree with me. We have a discussion. But to say that I can't have this discussion, to me, and for the mayor not to want to have this discussion, I think the mayor would want to have it because to give her side and whatever. But it just seems for some strange reason we just don't want to have this discussion. And like I said, I'm going to continue to bring this up because I think it's a really important night. We have wasted now 3 months on this. We could have this done in 1 year. Not be moving on, just a discussion. So I still think that we need to put this back up on the website, this letter that you said to the Attorney General, that the rest of the commission should have been able to see.
They could have, if they requested it.
You say you adhere to guidance of the, how many emails that you have? I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do this tonight. There was an item that you sent me an email today in reference to Zoom. And you sent me an item saying basically that I had a resident, that I did that resident permission to use that item. That's the advice you gave me. If the United States government says, the United States government says that congressmen can send letters out to their constituents just by using the stamp, by using their name. That's okay with the United States government. I should be able to have a meeting. It seems that I'm getting criticized every time emails I'm getting from you. So many emails. I hope you can charge the commission for sending me emails about Zoom, which I'm entitled to do in the Attorney General's rule. I don't give up my rights of having videotaping items just because I'm the commission. We brought that out to you, and you keep on sending me these emails. When a resident that I send an email out saying about the meeting going to be live Zoom, the resident decides to publish it, they're allowed to do it.
I'm sorry, I have an issue with I have an issue with talking about something that's A, not an item on the agenda. Two is once again personal attacks, and it's not an actionable item that we're discussing. If you want to discuss this item, my suggestion you have some issues with legal staff, you do so in an item next.
7A, please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I'm finishing my conversation, then you can interrupt me. On the point of order, I had the floor, I get to talk.
So with all respect,
Okay, second item, this is about the item that should have been in the back, that's what I'm talking about. This Attorney General letter should have been in the back.
we're now talking about Zoom, which has nothing to do with the AGOs, and that is my issue. I personally have an issue going on about this. I have no problem with bringing anything up, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, but with due respect, you're going around and a different issue, and you're not addressing anything with the AGO, and I do your opinion, which is what I want now. So I respectfully request you want.
No, I'll get that when I introduce these terms.
That's fine.
I mean, since it's come up,
No,
you know,
go ahead.
okay. With respect to the AGO, the only one person requested it. That being said, I have no issue with emailing it, whoever wants to see it, only one person requested.
Right, here it is.
Anyone who would like to see a copy of it, can email me, I can post on the website. It's public record, goes through us and through the state, because we sent a request to the state of Minnesota. And I know you're not an attorney, but the requirements for requesting a legal advisory opinion have to be exhaustive. You have to throw everything in there that you think may or may not provide authority. And since your charter does not expressly authorize what you try to do, I wanted to make clear, this is how people get on the commission. The commission votes within themselves who the mayor is going to be. Vice mayor rotates. While there's a provision regarding appointment of mayor, there's nothing empowering the commission to change that decision once they make it. I have an obligation to walk through all the authority that your charter does give you on the issue of mayor. When requesting the authority, they would kick it back and say, you haven't given us any breakdown as to what the legal issue is or what the authority is or what the conflict of law is. And the conflict here is you have authority to do something but not to undo it in your charter. And I don't want to get ahead of Commissioner Tudor's item because I know that the charter has needs work and that's getting there later tonight. This is one of them. And I think the frustration, not just with this item, but in general, is the charter needs to be cleaned up at the next election and we'll get there. But I understand that you reading it, you felt it was a little meandering, but I had an obligation to provide all the authority that may or may not help them give us an answer. That being said, I don't know why you said I didn't explain what the vote was. I have the letter here. Towards the end, I say the proposed vote of no confidence would solely be for removal as to the position of mayor on the commission and not the status as an elected commissioner.
That's what I said.
No, that's not.
Excuse me, just what you allow, she has the floor. Please be respectful of that.
That being said, anyone who would like to copy of the website, I have no preference. I drafted this letter. I had oversight with my firm, and on this letter, we didn't want to kick back. We wanted to be as thorough as possible, and that's what we did. That's my response regarding the advisory legal opinion and how it was drafted and the satisfaction with my legal work on that matter. With respect to the discussion about Zoom, which was not what we were talking about, but I have no problem discussing it as a courtesy to the commission. Whenever I see a legal issue, I think everyone up here knows, I reach out to you individually, and I try to give you that advice so you're aware and you don't misstep again. I've done that with pretty much everyone up here. There's one person up here that constantly rejects my legal advice. And with respect to Zoom, and this is an item that's going to come up in our budget meeting, but the village is exploring ways to come into ADA compliance with this website, with the way it provides visual materials like agendas and resolutions, and the ways we provide video feeds of the meetings. I was speaking with the village clerk about this last week because she just went to a statewide clerks convention, and this is the lawsuit. Every municipality in the state is getting sued right now for this. And we're trying to sound the alarm, so you guys have to fix this, you guys have to fix this. And I know there's a commissioner who's bringing this item up in the budget meeting, so we can tackle it next year. So I'm excited about that because it needs to be handled. But when I email a commissioner, and you're right, I keep emailing, I'm concerned about endorsing using your title with the village, your email with the village, on social media, saying Commissioner Samaria or Vice Mayor Samaria wants you to know that live streaming for this is being offered through Zoom. When we are trying to avoid being sued on ADA issues, and we don't know if Zoom is compliant.
It is.
Respectfully, Commissioner Samaria, we don't know that.
It is.
We need to have a consultant hired to.
All you gotta do is go on Zoom and you see it's ADA.
We actually do have to take a further step than just that. We do actually have to. There's more to it than just that. I think there's some.
Please put the last Commissioner to the finish and then I'll.
There's a lot of important points that we got to get to in this meeting, and I think a lot of stuff can be addressed in this village. Finally established policies and procedures to conduct various aspects of our business. We've run this village for decades, like it's an HOA, and it's not. We got to get professional. We got to get serious. Some of the issues that Vice Mayor Samari is bringing up have merit. However, we need to have policies and procedures in place to address, for example, a removal from position of mayor. We also need to have full removal of a commissioner from the position of a vice mayor. From any position that somebody's going to be appointed to above and beyond the commissioner title, we should be looking. The fact that we haven't done that has been a disservice to this current commission. This is a disservice to the residents. There's so much more we got to be doing here, and we're bogged down on, I'm getting fed up with what seems to be developing into, and I cast this out to, there's people on both sides of this debate. This got you politics. You know what? If there's issues, let's address it. Let's move on so we can conduct the people's business. Nothing is getting done because we're too tied up on, we're not addressing the real solution. The real solution is establishing concrete, black and white policies and procedures so that we can, if there's a problem child who is sitting up on this dais, we can actually address that person and either censor them or remove them from that position. That's what we need to do.
Okay, I agree with you. Okay, yeah, we'll see when my other agenda item comes up in reference to the cancellation of the March 15th. We'll see if you have that same discussion.
If I may ask my commissioner, with respect, we've already lost. So thank you for the comments.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry we did not get through this evening.
Okay, so we are now just starting the consent agenda at 9 p.m. So, item 10B. 10B is added to the consent agenda. With that, do I have a motion to approve consent without consent? Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? We have a vote on the floor. All those opposed? Are you voting for or opposed? That was done at the beginning, we voted on the balance, I was just being polite and doing it. Either you voted for or against.
I want it to be publicly read what the item is. That's the way it's supposed to be, right? It's a resolution, it's supposed to read, it's a resolution.
Vice Mayor, with all due respect, it is now 9 p.m. 10B, I'll just do it. 10B, now I'll just do it. 10B is resolution 2019-16 donation gift from Gold Beach, which consent. Alternative, could you just read the resolution for me, please, as well? 10B from the district. It's done.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, accepting the donation of a vehicle from the City of Golden Beach Police Department, authorizing the village manager to accept title to the vehicle to be used within the village police department, and providing for an effective date.
That is the item that was already out to balance of the consent. So everybody's voted affirmative, Vice Mayor Samaria, affirmative or negative? Affirmative. Motion passes 4-0. We are now moving to Ordinance, 2019-01, amending section 230 Village Code of Ordinance, first reading. I sponsored this item at the recommendation of the attorney. I'll allow him to explain and read the item. Attorney Reagan.
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne, Park, Florida, amending section 2-30 of the Village Code of Ordinances, general rules and policies, providing for ordinance and conflict, procedure, codification, severability, and expectancy. We kind of went off the rails during the this was slightly addressed initially as a neighbor would have been, so I'll just go follow by now. So the commission, certain commissioners are asking us, when it's meeting our firms, to look for ways to improve upon our policy and procedures. That's kind of healthy. And there's always areas for improvement. And one is the oversight of the public boards. They serve as alter ego to the village, and I recommended and will continue to recommend that anyone who serves on a village board be required to at least complete 1 hour of ethics training each year to serve on that board. We've been in communication with Ms. Thompson in the County Ethics Commission office, and he is working with Ms. and I to coordinate advisory board continuing education specific to advisory board, separate from the commission. If we can compile enough advisory board members to voluntarily participate. I've been working on that for a while. It was my recommendation that it become a requirement. It helps protect the village. Other municipalities have been sued because their advisory boards didn't know they were subject to sunshine law. They weren't maintaining public records properly. And when the municipality received a public records request about advisory board matters, they were not able to fulfill that records request because records were not kept properly. So we're doing an ongoing review, and we're recommending things as we see them, and that was an item that we felt could be improved upon. So it amends the village code. It would amend the village code. This is first reading to require 1 hour of ethics training a year to keep your seat on board, as well as a designated individual, most likely the chair of that board, to be the point of contact with the village manager for that board. So the board is not sending emails to the village manager all the time. If there's one channel, and from a designated email that the village has, so we think this is record retention for the board, which is something that I really would like to see people on. And it would also amend, it would add the requirement that any communications to residents would have to go to the manager for his approval in his weekly report to residents, so that residents are not getting emails from this board member or that board member, because it's really not the proper way to do things. They serve as an alter ego to the commission. And I don't know if a lot of people are aware of this, but they are subject to a lot of the ethics issues and requirements that commissioners are. So I'd like to see some training implemented on that and improve our record keeping reports. So that is why I recommended that this item be brought.
Changes, public comment. I'm sorry, this is an ordinance, correct? It is a public hearing. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so, open for public comments. As a reminder, this is specific to this item only. So anybody who has a comment card? Anybody sign up for this? The one that sign up, we'll just to make it, if you don't mind, just really, I'm signing very quickly, but we'll go ahead and do one at a time. Thank you so much.
Barbara Keel, 111th Street. To begin with, in the past, I think there's a resolution.
Why don't you wait till?
Yeah, we'll wait so that you can everything.
Or you could just suspend it. This one thing that you didn't do in the first place. Yeah, do it faster. Now we wait. And then we wait.
I'm respectfully asking you to stop.
There's nothing happening right now, but you sign a piece of paper.
Thank you.
go.
Barbecue.
111th Street. I'm pretty sure there's some ordinance or resolution that you can't just bring an ordinance forward without it coming to the commission for discussion first. So that's just starters. Vice Mayor Samarian mentioned that, and nobody here seemed to worry about whether or not that was actually in our laws. One of the things that is mentioned in this new version is it used to have, if you resigned from a board, you became ineligible to apply to apply back to the same board for a period of 1 year from the date of resignation. I don't even know why that was put in there, but now it's been expanded to once you resign from any board, you can apply to any other board for a year. So if you resign in June and the appointments are in March, you basically are off 2 years without being able to serve on any board. The thing about social media, the board chair is responsible for transmitting any proposal, resident communication to the village manager for the weekly report at his discretion. Honestly, I can't get answers from the manager when I write. As a board chair, we are trying to get the community involved, and social media is used. I'm on Park and Parkways, and sending pictures of the updates for the butterfly gardens. Now, this would be eliminated. Asking for volunteers to help planting, weeding, donations, that also would be eliminated. Sending out thank yous to the people who do help. Now I couldn't do that. And honestly, this commission has never thanked the people in the neighborhood who did donate money, donated their hard efforts to plant the plants. And nothing has been mentioned from this village. So I am not going to ask people to do things in this village where I don't know if they're ever going to be thanked. So honestly, it would probably curtail a lot of my actions. And I think for the art board who uses social media for Mango Fest, for the art fair, seriously, I can't understand the reasoning, and I don't even think it's legal. I don't think you can tell board members if you cannot put board activities somehow on social media. I seriously don't think so. And I don't know why you would want to do that. What are you people afraid of? Ethics training. I'd really like to know if the commissioners have all done ethics training, because the last time you mentioned something about ethics, it sounded like only 2 of you went. Do you do it every year? And I love the part that the clerk will maintain records for the ethic training and report any training delinquencies to the commission. You know, we have a hard time getting people. Yes, we have a hard time getting people to volunteer, spend their time for no pay and no recognition. So you're making it worse.
Jamie Anderson.
Jamie Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. You know, on a night when you're very likely going to be approving $50,000 increase to the legal budget, I would have thought you'd like to run out of your way to avoid unnecessary and costly overreach, which is exactly what this ordinance is. First of all, as Barbara said, past history since about 2010 at least. Individual commission members do not go off on their own, working with the attorney who bills by the hour, crafting their own ordinances. It's brought forward, it's discussed, commission input. If there's consensus, fine, then it's moved on to the attorney. But if you don't do it as individuals, you have a little respect for our money. You know, in the examples given in the background, the backup to this agenda item, I don't even see how they would play in for us. It appears to be one of these things, a solution in search of a problem. And someone that was like so confusing, it seemed to imply that as a code board member, I couldn't email the code officer and say, hey, when do you think we're getting the agenda? Because that's coming from my personal email address, even though it's from a city address, it's captured on the city server, but it seems like you couldn't do that either. It would seem that she then can't send the agendas out to us. But I mean, this was theoretically even at that last emails, because last emails are going to personal addresses that board members could be on. According to what's being proposed, boards and committees, like the Barbara mentioned, can't use social media. Great. Rely only on the last email. You have a really limited audience. Now you have less participation in events. You have vendors don't do as well. Vendors just stop showing up. I don't know what we would have accomplished with that. And this, also the village will take down their Facebook pages. Several years ago, the village attorney, the then village attorney, suggested strongly that the two quasi-judicial boards using code go to staggered terms in order to keep some level of continuity, in order to keep the learning curve going. Now that's eliminated with this. I'm guessing it's a lot easier to handle it all in 1 month and not worry about whose term is up. But it's not a matter of what should be easier, it's what's best for the community. Resign and you have to stay off at least a year. You have a hard enough time filling voids now. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. We're held to a higher standard if we're absent with reporting and voting on our absence than you guys hold yourselves. Yes, I realize that's currently in the ordinance. It needs to go unless you're going to follow the same thing. But here's my favorite. Removal. The village commission may, by a majority vote, remove an individual from village board or committee for engaging in conduct unbecoming of such appointment to a public body or otherwise prejudicial to the goals or repute of a board or committee or the village at large. Could we be a little more vague?
Who's gonna make, who's gonna make this decision?
Garrett Field, 777 on 11th Street. Oh, right, 12? Sorry. No,
I don't mind.
sign up.
I don't mind letting Gary go ahead and.
Go ahead, Ron.
Okay.
I'm used to advocating.
Box Loss, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. Village Resolution 2013-22 says, it is important to effectively and economically utilize the services of the village attorney. Whereas, to begin the ordinance process, a discussion item is brought forward by a commissioner and placed on the agenda of the commission meeting. Bringing forward a discussion item first provides the commission with the ability to determine the benefits and drawbacks of the idea, allowing for a smoother first and second reading of the ordinance. After discussion of the item and consensus to move forward to an ordinance, the village attorney is then tasked to craft the ordinance. Prior to it coming for a first reading, that never happened here. I don't know if it was the village attorney. It seems like she's very proactive, looking for work, and that's really great. Commissioner Tudor, you're absolutely right. We do need policies and procedures, but they really should start with the commission, because this proposed ordinance holds our boards to a higher standard than the commission is holding itself. I'm not going to go into the particulars about it. I think that it shouldn't be on for first reading at all if we're going to follow our own rules. I mean, you say we need rules, we have them, follow them. I'll leave it at that.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I'm going to be repeating some of the things that previous people have said. There was no commission discussion on this, but money was spent on the attorney's time. This ordinance would stop anybody who resigns or runs for office to not be able to apply for any board for 1 full year. That makes no sense. And it will make it even tougher to fill the boards. Why do we need this? This ordinance would change terms for planning, zoning, and code members to a 1-year appointment every March. Our 2 quasi-judicial boards have staggered terms on the advice of a previous attorney. The reason was some commission could have a complete turnover of the board with no understanding of the laws that they must follow. This will put the village at risk. Another section of this ordinance, all emails having village business have to go through the village email system by the board chair, only not from any private system. I was reading the agenda, on this agenda item, I was reading some of the backup. And there's a city on there that's no longer sending out emails to let the boards know that their agendas are ready for pickup. If the chairperson is not available, how will the vice chair be notified? No village business can be sent to private phones or computers. Will the clerk still use Dropbox to send out board members their agendas, the backups? If not, how will the members get them? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Eric Hume.
Eric Hughes, I'm address. I disagree with one point that other people have made. I like the idea of everything going through the chair because I would like a cell phone just like the commissioner, so I can communicate appropriately. We're a small village. We're not New York, we're not LA, we're not even in North Miami, or Miami Shores for that matter. And it's fine to have rules. There should be rules. But what I see is a whole progression here. My take on this in regard to board members is just another step in inhibiting the engagement of the community. It's another form of suppression, preventing people from using social media. Amy Raymond wants to remind her board that they're setting up for Mango Fest in the morning. Can't do that. Got to go through the village manager. He's home. What's he supposed to do? Check his emails 24 hours a day? As I understand, he's overwhelmed with emails to begin with. So I don't know what he's going to do with more emails if we don't have to communicate to the village manager. As Barbara pointed out, they're volunteers. They perform an important service to the community. Do you know that P&P still goes out and weeds and mulches over at the butterfly park? They come over here and work. They do new plantings. Work in great cooperation with our public works director. Do you really want to inhibit those people? Do you really want to insult those people? Because that's what you're doing. This is just a step-by-step process, I feel. It's absolutely suppress participation and involvement by the residents. And you're doing a fantastic job. And you want to know why there's divisiveness? It rests entirely with this commission. Thank you.
Wait the microphone.
McDonald Kennedy, I still live with Dan. So we'll see how that goes tonight. This is just so completely absurd and bizarre and vindictive and a weird little power grab that I couldn't even get my thoughts together on this one. Will Tudor wants to know why there's this divisiveness in the community. Will, this is why. Because of this weird stuff that goes on. This is why. Some weird little vindictive power grab. I'm just picturing the person who wrote it. I imagine it's you, Tracy, by yourself. Rebecca, did you help her write this? Are all of these things yours, or is that her on her own? It's mostly you. Boy, someone put a lot of work into trying to suppress this community. Guys, Rebecca did most of this. This is what the village attorney does. Maybe you need to have a conversation about getting a new village attorney. Oh, we just had that conversation. Maybe we picked the wrong one. Seriously, Rebecca? No communication on social media? Conduct unbecoming? Shall I get my list out again? The list is long. Rather than working on this, why weren't you guys somebody, Tracy, you had lots of other things that you've done at previous meetings that you've never followed up on. Why didn't you guys get the driveway ordinance done instead? The construction ordinance, where's that? Why are you doing this weird stuff? You're trying to squash people down, and we will not allow it. It's weird, it's vindictive, and we see straight through you. You're welcome.
Anybody has not signed up for public comment, still would like to talk, just allow us to do so. Please announce your name and if you don't mind signing in afterwards.
Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. I really just want to summarize just one part of what the people before me said, and really just to kind of condense it. I think it's fair to ask to tell you this. This ordinance is really stupid. Are you?
Any further public comment? Okay, closing public comment, open it for, thank you. Just for clarification, the purpose of this had to do with public records law, correct? You went over that?
Fred.
Several meetings at the time.
As usual, we can't
There's
hear
been
her.
resident complaints and public comment over the past several commission meetings about the turn time for public records responses. I think almost every commissioner up here has privately come to me about their concerns about our overall compliance. The boards are subject to sunshine law. They shouldn't be emailing if it's not a public meeting. And I have concerns that that's happening. I have concerns about the record keeping or lack of record keeping. The board serve as an alter ego to the village. And I think part of the confusion that some of the residents are having is because they're not going to these ethics trainings. And they'd be very helpful because then they would know what they should and should not be doing. I think privately, in some way, shape, or form, I've spoken with most of the commission about issues I see with public records law or sunshine law as they've arisen, because we do get resident emails and things like that. This is a step towards protecting the village from being sued for a sunshine law issue. It is.
Yeah.
And I know that people don't like that, but there's no hard having statute for small municipalities. There's not. I think maybe there should be, because I think it is burdensome to small jurisdictions such as this. We have limited resources, but the reality is there is no carve out for smaller jurisdictions. You are subject to the same standards when it comes to sunshine law as City of Miami or Miami County, and that includes the boards. And I don't think that's been addressed in the past, and to protect the village. And I know this issue's come up for a few months now, not just from the residents, but from commissioners on an individual basis. This is something I think you can implement to improve upon those issues.
Open the floor for commissioners, vice mayor.
And the this is the reason why I think shouldn't have been brought today. The resolution 2013-22, section 2. Prior to the crafting of an ordinance by the village attorney, the first and second reading, the village commission must first place a discussion item on the commission meeting agenda and reach a consensus to move forward. We did not do that, so decided it should not have been brought today.
Each commissioner too.
Why was this ever put on the agenda? Cost and attorney fees before was we as a commission discussed it. As attorneys charges. I mean, if you charge us to put this, to come up with this argument before commissions. Is that important? Commission versus the proper way.
Oh, I didn't want to look at that. I thought you were
Am I correct about the law? Is the law correct? Is it correct? According to section 2 of the resolution 2013-22, this should have never been brought to this meeting right now. We should have been crafted by the ordinance by the village attorney first, second reading, or first and second reading. The village commission must place a discussion item on the commission meeting agenda and meet consensus to go forward. Let me clarify. Did we have this? Because maybe I wasn't at this on my way. I haven't missed this. So maybe we didn't have this. This should be brought by the commission first. Am I correct?
It's my understanding that we've been having public records law issues discussed at every.
That's not the question I'm asking. We did not have a discussion at a commission meeting about this. We might have had different talking to our child. Everybody here tonight told me that we need to follow the rules. Well, the rule says, prior to cracking of an ordinance by the village attorney, the first and second meeting, the village commission, that's us, must first place a discussion item on the commission meeting agenda. And we must reach consensus to move forward. We spent money to do this ordinance that she hasn't brought up tonight. Am I wrong or not?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask respectfully, please, if you have a motion.
If we can't hear, what do you want us to do if we can't hear, Tracy?
Respectfully?
Respectfully, I can't hear what
Okay,
you're
I'm
talking about.
warning you again, this is the second time. Thank you.
Oh, stop. Please.
This is the reason we can all disagree, but I'm asking everybody to please be calm and respectful. I understand, but, and we'll address that, but it's the tone that, it's all right for us to disagree or whatever, but the way that we're going about it, and everybody can shake their heads, I can close my eyes and pinpoint who's going to be shaking their heads. And that is unfortunate. This, you know, I let Commissioner Smart, Vice Mayor Smart finish his thoughts. The interruption does not help.
Let me tell you, it seems I'm being disrespectful now, but the rule says that we have, this is our charter, this is our law. Am I wrong or not? When we make a resolution, we're supposed to obey the resolution. Am I not? Okay, well, if the resolution 2013-22 says, again, to go slow, prior to the cracking of an ordinance by the village attorney, which you did not do. In the first and second reading, the village commission must first place the item on the commission meeting agenda and reach a consensus to move forward. My question is, was this ever placed on the agenda?
You're asking if the text of this proposed ordinance was ever placed on an agenda for discussion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it says here you have to do it. Yes.
No, this is the first time the text of this proposed ordinance is presented to the commission.
You're presenting it as an ordinance, as first.
No, I'm not. You're not presenting this as, if you're gonna ask my question, please.
I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I get the point that you're trying to make, and I think we can all have consensus between us that this is never a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. The consensus is that it was a discussion item.
So,
And I agree in part with you, because when I saw this as an agenda item, I know I didn't vote for it to be removed, but I had the same thoughts, that this was an ordinance that was placed on the agenda and we've never discussed it. We've always stated previously as a commission that we don't like to do legislation on bills, which means there's resolutions in place for the commission to be able to discuss these items publicly, rather than just separate conversations with the attorney, because it should be publicly that the public knows what our concerns are, and we can craft language for this ordinance. I may agree with some of the language that's here, and I might disagree with the other, but I'm not comfortable with the fact that it's already a first reading, and we're going to spend time to now edit things that we may or may not agree with, which I don't think is the most effective way to move forward with it. I agree that because the advisory boards are under sunshine, there should be ethics training. I agree with that, because you can make missteps. A lot of things aren't obvious in ethics and dealing with sunshine laws. But I agree that it should have been a discussion, so we could have honed it in on what the whole commission wanted. That's my opinion, that it should have gone that way.
And just respectfully, this is not my ordinance, this is recommendations, primarily, I did give some input back to the attorney. But these are things that are an issue, and I think one of the problems is we as a community talk about we're not doing it the right way, and then when we go to correct the way that we've done it, you get complaints that you, no, that's over. Here's the issue, ethics for me. The issue for me is, at the recommendation, the attorney can't be violating the law when it comes to record. That is just the law. And so the fact that our boards have not had to do that in the past is something that we still have to correct, because it's the law, whether we like it or not. I don't disagree that small, please let me finish. the small municipalities are being burdened to do things that resource-wise is difficult and problematic. At the same time, it doesn't change the law. So if the village attorney is telling us that we're doing something wrong, I'm listening. Okay? As far as record keeping and as far as what's in the ordinance specifically, I don't have an issue, and I'll leave it up to the commission as to how they want to move forward. But I just want to be clear, if we continue to do this, we're not going to get anything done. And I think that is in part what some residents want. And I think that's we also have to have, and that's my last thing. I will leave this to my fellow commissioners and have this with it. I'm going to invite next, just one moment, please. I'm going to let Commissioner Tudor go and then Commissioner.
Now to speak on this actual item. I didn't ask to have this item removed. When I saw it, that was on the agenda, my first thought was this would be a discussion. This is an item actually I'd like to see rolled over to the item that I already have on there. Item 11A, I know it's about commission meeting procedures, but I think, if I'm bringing it up then, we're going to have to look at policy procedures overall, more far-reaching than just meeting procedures. So when I look at this item, yeah, something has to be done. There are lawsuits out there against municipalities regarding the lax nature of the way advisory boards are handled under the Sunshine Law. They do fall under the Sunshine Law. But that's what we're discussing. Like I said, I think this item, we should be discussing underneath something more in line with item 11A, something along this line. I'm in agreement with some of my other commissioners that while the language, there's some language in here that's good. There's language in here that I might want to tweak. I think all that should have been done more. This should have been brought simply as a discussion. And I think that would have alleviated some concerns of residents and some commissioners as well. That we're not just trying to craft and push an ordinance without the entire commission having had a chance to discuss and talk about it. So my recommendation would be to remove this item and actually have this topic as part of the discussion.
The only caution that
I mean, I don't really have much more to say than what I've already said. I agree with the mayor that we have to have rules in place. I think everyone has said that right now. But I think what is happening and why we can't continue to move forward, and I'm also hearing our resident Matt Kennedy's comment of me not putting things on the agenda because I have really felt like we have been swallowed in everything that is going on right now. And that my agenda items might be ignored, I might not get anywhere with them because we're so thick in the weeds as to what's going on right now. Trust me, there are plenty of things that I would like to bring up as agenda items and like to see happen in this village. I live here, I love where I live, and I'd like to see things be improved. But it's a perception that nefarious things are going on. And in order for that perception to be relieved, we have to follow the process that we have in place. Before I was elected, I said, okay, fine, it was like code compliance. We have codes that are there that have to be regulated, they have to be enforced. The same thing, if we follow what we're supposed to be doing, we take away the perception that something nefarious is going on. And again, some of the things that are brought up in this ordinance I can agree with, but if we just went through the proper process and the attorney had an opportunity to let the public know what is going on, I think we start to alleviate the accusations that someone is doing something under and delaying our process. So it would be, I agree with Commissioner Tudor that it would be my recommendation to move this to a discussion so it can be done properly.
If I might ask, so that we can, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's not even talk about the ordinance, still missing the point that we get. You don't bring up an ordinance unless we follow the resolution. That's what I'm talking about. Forget about what the ordinance is. We didn't do what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to bring up an ordinance until we have a discussion. Forget about the tonight's discussion. I'm not even talking about tonight's discussion. I'm talking about this ordinance. The attorney you charge us about this ordinance. No problem, you did charge us. That's what it is, like about $50,000 more we need.
Respectfully, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Samaria, I don't appreciate your tone. I try to be respectful to everyone on the commission, even though there's difference between and contentious jurisdictions. I would appreciate a little decorum, with the way we all address each other. I try to be very measured in how I speak to everyone, irrespective of how they speak to me. And I think I am entitled, as everyone in here is entitled, to a certain level
You're
of
right.
tone.
Okay, I agree. I agree. I don't know what to say, but again, you still haven't answered my question. So you shouldn't have a law. Not just the ordinance. I mean, we're not following the rules. And everybody keeps on telling me tonight we need to follow the rules. I'm not interrupting you.
I'm trying to be respectful. It is my, I'm trying to be respectful.
You know, every other time you never worry about the time. All of a sudden, with all these agenda items on here, tonight you're worried about the time.
And we've been late since March, for May's meeting, June's meeting, and now this meeting, we will not get items done.
Well, then you shouldn't have put this many items on the agenda.
I shouldn't put them on.
Whoever put the items on the agenda, shouldn't put that many on.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. There seems to be consensus here that this needs to be brought up in a more workshop format. I think that way everybody, because there's a belief here that there's something going on. I just want to make sure we're not breaking the law. The attorney has seen all sorts of issues regarding here, and that was the intent. It is amending an ordinance, arguably, with all due respect, this is not a new ordinance. This is amending section 238, so I just want to be respectful of that. Having said that, I think we're in consensus, we'll bring it back in a different format. I think that will let them know. Okay, so, there a motion to, move to not move forward on ordinance 2019-01, as a first reading, until we have perhaps a workshop along with some of the other items that, Commissioner Judy will be, and before I do that, did you want to make a comment?
I really urge the commission to get that workshop date down. The sunshine issue. We're getting to that when we get to my bills, but Clerk's nodding. This is a now issue, so the sooner we can have that workshop, the better. We'll talk about it in the next public hearing.
Okay, so with that in mind, is there a motion to have a workshop, on this item and perhaps many of the items? I don't want to get into that, but I intend right now to change the rest getting to this. It's going to be. Okay, so one.
My suggestion would be to move this item to discussion item 11A. Once we get to 11A.
Can we move, do we have a motion to move 9A to 11A? For discussion. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, 19. First reading. And I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners, to be equitable to everybody. We are at 9:40. I'm really trying to make sure we have these meetings, move a little bit, smoother, so everybody keep their time to around 40 minutes. That would be helpful. We'll do one bite at the apple for everybody. Each item, and that would be good. I'll ask my fellow commissioners. Turn right here.
Well, it's actually the manager's item.
I'm sorry, manager's
item,
item.
but I'm here, I know my bills are going to come up, so.
I'm sorry, would you just read the ordinance and then we'll move back to
An ordinance of the village commission of the village of Biscayne, Florida, amending fiscal year 2018-2019 budget ordinance 2018-06, amending and additional professional services budget, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for direction.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a $75,000 budget for legal services for this year. Currently, we're at 51,000. It would be 50,000 that we spend on FEMA, on the appeals. That's going to probably put us over the budget. Obviously, it's 4 years here. So it's my recommendation that we move 50,000 reserves into the professional services budget for legal. This will get us through the year. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll spend it all. But at least gets us into the, so we continue to
Chairman, maybe do you want to, wait for commission questions or just get the rest of us?
The commission on questions first, we should have you back into the legal items we've been working on.
But I have to give a flag.
Sorry, I think you go right, as far as I'm concerned, you go right into the legal matters, right?
Okay, and then so.
I want to know what this money is going to be used for. And basically, all the money that you have spent, $51,000. I want to know what $51,000. Because they've gone to, I mean, we, previous commission, they had a budget of $75,000. That's how much money.
Respectfully, can you just, since, in the subject of Commissioner Tudor, is okay,
So, what the commission did not anticipate when they passed the budget ordinance for this fiscal year.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies. This is my error. It's an ordinance, it's public comment.
Yes, you want me to wait until the response when you're done?
I thought, if it's okay with the public, so instead of you asking questions and responding, what I'd like to do is try to go through and do public comments and commissioner comments.
That's right.
Okay. So one of the issues that the commission did not foresee and didn't foresee when they adopted the budget for this fiscal year with FEMA appeals, we hired a vendor to handle those claims. That vendor, when the claims were partially denied, the vendor came back, and this is H2O Partners. They came back and initially said, we'll handle the appeal for $50,000. It's separate. We don't think it's part of your agreement with us. We want a separate task order for $50,000. Then they turned around and said, no, we're not going to do it at all. So then the village is in a situation where your 60 days to appeal the decisions was running out, and you did not have time to do an RFP to hire a new vendor to handle those claims. Your deadline would have lapsed by then. And our firm was asked to get these appeals on file so nothing was waived, because these claims came to close to $1 million at issuing these appeals. So that's what we did. Of the amount that the village manager is talking about, slightly less than 15,000 was paid, because I think you must have 14.8. Substantially under what your quote, which was 50,000. And as I mentioned earlier in training updates, one of the three appeals started and approved by FEMA. And I'm hopeful that the other cracking that long. There are certain residents who email commissioners and village officials on a regular basis, alleging they're violating the law, alleging they're subject to professional liability, pasting laws or what they think might be laws, sometimes they're not even laws, and they essentially threaten legal action on an ongoing basis. And I think most people sitting up here have received an email like that. Those emails get forwarded to me because I'm the village attorney, and it would be a dereliction in their duties to not forward that to me. Hey, do you have a problem here? Hey, village attorney, can you look into this? Am I doing something wrong? Hey, is this really a law? Sometimes it's not even a law. And I can't say, yeah, I know I'm your village attorney, but why don't we just see how it shakes out before you spend the money? I can't do that. So I don't do that. And the residents have every right to email their elected officials and the village department heads their concerns. But when they do that and they make the allegations that they are making, I get phone calls. I get emails. I have to research what the residents are talking about, as the commissioners are worried. And this is an ongoing issue in the village. The residents have every right to email whatever they want. But a commissioner's not going to sit on an email like that and not forward it to the village attorney. Same way an individual person who received a letter that said some of the stuff that these commissioners are getting wouldn't just say, oh, I don't know, they're saying they're going to sue me, but we'll see. I'm not going to consult an attorney, but that's not how that works. That's not, my job is to literally give them guidance when these issues arise. This is an ongoing issue. Another issue that is unfortunately requiring my oversight is there are residents who are going to the state attorney's office public corruption they think they submitted, and sometimes they didn't even submit. And of course, when the village clerk is contacted by the public corruptions unit of the state attorney's office, I have to oversee how that's handled. I'm the village attorney. In one instance, that particular resident, and it could have been a mistake, it never actually got to the clerk. We had to iron it out with the state attorney's office instead of the resident just picking up the phone and saying, hey, what's the status of this? The residents are running to various agencies, and it's the same group of residents, and they have every right to do that. But when they do, and village officials are contacted, they're going to come to me for legal advice to oversee it. I would not be doing my job if I said, oh, village clerk, public corruptions unit, yeah, good luck. Let me know how it goes. And that's an ongoing issue. And there are certain residents who are going to the public corruptions unit on routine public records requests and then not updating the state attorney's office that they actually got the documents. They're not circling back. So there's issues that are with the state attorney's office that should be closed out, or maybe should never have been there, I don't know, that the clerk has to get with me on and say, hey, did I comply with this properly? Why is the state attorney's office contacting me about a public records request for X documents? I thought I gave them what they needed. Let me take a look. Yeah, I agree, you did. That's the kind of daily issues that are filling my inbox and keeping my phone ringing. And the residents have every right to raise their concerns. It's not an attempt to chill anything, but since my bills are being called into question, since the village attorney changed, there has been a substantial uptick in that activity. Substantial. And it's coming at a cost to the other residents. Ethics complaints. I have contacts in various agencies, and I know that there are people that are getting emails and calls from certain individuals almost daily, and they have every right to do that. But I get notified of that, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I sat there and didn't do anything about that. That's my job. So I agree. I don't think I should have to oversee handling of public records requests, but unfortunately, with certain residents, that's the internal policy now, because of the oversight and the authorities that are getting looped into these issues when it really shouldn't be. And that goes to what we were talking about with small jurisdictions with limited resources having to jump through hoops to comply with these laws. So it's FEMA. It's constantly trying to follow this moving target with the residents threatening legal action with the commission on almost a daily basis. And then there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. I mean, we're in litigation on several matters. Our narratives cannot disclose those matters. We're in some serious lawsuits right now. And as village attorney, I'm overseeing the litigation counsel on those lawsuits. We're in federal court on a few matters. When workers' compensation issues arise, the manager calls me. I mean, there's all kinds of things going on behind the scenes that I can't really dive into in the sunshine because they're still pending. But the village has a lot of legal work that we should be focusing on. And I'm here for any questions that the commission may have and any questions our residents may have. Yeah.
So ordinance 19, 2019-09, we're going to open up the public comment section. As a reminder, please sign in once again, and if you have not done so, and keep your comments to put in.
Bob Anderson, 11th place, 119th Street.
This is on your
Yes. That's it.
Just continue with that, or you talking?
I'm here to assist the sergeant.
Thank you. Yes.
Bobby Anderson.
11th place, 119th Street. I was hearing the attorney's report a little bit, and about all the emails and threatened lawsuits. Now, this Biscayne Park, things really don't change that much. If you're getting overloaded compared to the last 41 years, the question the commission needs to be looking at themselves to say, why? Why is this all of a sudden happening now? I can tell you on emails why you get so many of them. Nobody ever answers them. You send emails to the commissioners, 2 commissioners, most of the time will go ahead and answer. The rest, no. Phone calls, forget it. So there's no way of contacting our elected officials, no way of contacting staff, because you won't get an answer. And yes, people do get upset. So what happens is you're going to get the same emails every single day. And they start adding up. You're right. And then you start getting threatened. You need to stop it. Pay attention to what the citizens are talking about and get back to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Q.
Yes. 777 Alphabet Hill, 111th Street. I'm going to try to be very calm because I don't want to upset you because what I have to say is not going to be very complimentary to your firm. It's like Bob. We've been coming to these meetings for a long time. We had John Hearn for years. But we never saw an increase in $50,000. And I thought, well, maybe it was the police lawsuits or something that kind of, no, it wasn't that. And you're saying that you are dealing, it's maybe $14,000 or $15,000 for the FEMA, which again was caused, I think, by our staff and the mayor. But we'll move on from that. But this $35,000 extra, and you're saying you're getting ethics from people going to the ethics boards, filing suit, doing these things. And just like Bob said, you should be asking yourself, why is this happening? You have your firm, when I don't know her last name, Julia was here. You were dealing with just in the last commission meeting when you had 3 variances. There were big mistakes on your rulings on 3 variances. The information that you gave to this commission when they based their decisions. And on the pergola variance, you kept saying that it wasn't mentioned in our code, and that you should refer to Dade County. That's not correct. If our code is silent, we don't code to Dade County, especially with our setbacks. The solar panels, your firm came totally unprepared. Totally. You were dealing with solar panels, and there's a Florida law that concerned that. If Commissioner Jonas hadn't brought that forward to your attorneys, this commission would have voted against it. And maybe he would have had a lawsuit. And he probably would have been within his rights because our Biscayne Park wasn't properly represented. You know what? You're complaining about, well, okay, it sounds like you're complaining about a lot of calls, issues, problems. That's the cost of doing business. Biscayne Park, that's the way it is. It's hot in here. Things happen, and somehow our attorneys handled it without driving more business. And I think your firm has been churning business. The boards, believe me, we all know about the ethics. We've all been to ethics here. You haven't been here very long, but the board members have attended ethics here. They know about the sunshine. We're talking about ridiculous restrictions. That should have been a community discussion, not a law firm discussion that doesn't know our community.
Jamie Anderson.
11th place, 119th Street. like Bob said, in 41 years of living here, Rebecca may not know, 20 of which he spent on the commission. I've never seen a situation where an attorney came and their firm came back with this level of increase. And yet we can all sit here and look at errors of omission that were committed just in the last few months. But it's just so convenient to blame the residents. You know what, when a resident gets a $15,000 public request bill, yeah, you know what, they're gonna go to ethics. And it's time, if you have, would you feel like increased problems for residents, it's time to go to soul searching, folks. But even tonight, I felt like my intelligence was insulted, trying to present that board ordinance as if it was only about public records. So much in that ordinance, inclusive of if you resign, you have to wait a calendar year to come back on a board, has nothing to do with public records. We're routinely getting our intelligence insulted that we're supposed to accept all this blame because we're holding you guys accountable. Yes, we are, because you set rules for us. You want to set some real stringent rules for boards, but you don't do it for yourself. You couldn't follow the simple resolution that said that board ordinance had to be a discussion item first. It had to have consensus and then send it to the attorney for actual packaging of it. You couldn't follow that one, and yet you're blaming us.
Mike Kenneth?
Matt Donald Kennedy, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. Julia, I appreciate the explanation because I learned a lot there. Mainly what I learned was it's our fault. You made it really loud and clear that the residents are at fault here. It falls squarely on us. Now, I believe it's the village manager's responsibility and it's his fault. And I love when you get that little smirky smile, Christian. That's a pretty smile. It's disrespectful and it's silly and it's beneath you. This is a management problem. First of all, Rebecca, you just drafted an entire ordinance that you shouldn't have even touched. How much did you bill for that? I'll wait for an answer. I have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, so how many hours did you put into that? Guesstimate. She can answer, Tracy. It's fine. We're having a nice conversation here. 3 hours? 10 hours? 7? Okay. So hours were spent. And you're going to bill us for that for nothing. Christian, how did you allow that to happen? The problem is here, not here. And when you treat people like this, and you back them into a corner, and you act like something nefarious is going on, Jenny, you said it very well a few minutes ago, we're going to think something is. And when you keep acting like it, and you dig your heels in, and you do things, people are going to ask for public records. It's within our right. Rebecca, you said it 10 times. We're allowed to do it, we're allowed to do it, we're allowed to do it, we're going to do it. I've done a couple myself. But it's not us. The problem is not with us. The problem is with this village, the administration, and I say it falls squarely on Christian manners. And quite frankly, there was a conversation that was supposed to happen, I wanted to have happen tonight about the mayor not being worthy of that position. I wholeheartedly support Dan Samari on that. I also believe that Christian manners should no longer be the manager of this village.
Before the next president, I just want to clarify, we haven't billed $50,000 over. This is a preventative measure because I told the manager and said, I don't think 75 is going to get to the end of the year with us. In light of the FEMA, we're not over right now as we sit here.
No, we're not. Why are you talking?
I'm asking you respectfully, just if you want to speak, that's fine, that's public comment, but please don't go up.
I just wanted to clarify because I think there's,
If you want to talk, please go to the podium side.
I just want to clarify because I think there's a misconception. We billed $50,000 over $75,000. That has not happened. We haven't hit 75 as I sit here, but I was reviewing where you are, and I spoke with management. For your charter, you have to bring this item before the commission. I don't think you're going to make it to the end of the year with the allocation you currently have. I just want to be clear because I think people think I built $50,000 since I took over the matter. That's not the case. This is prospective because the manager cannot cut checks beyond the allocated budget. If the interdepartmental budget services does not allow that middle. And we'll get into that more, but I wanted to clarify that because I think there's a lot of talk about $1,050,000 over, and that hasn't happened.
Fred Jones, 918 119th Street. Rebecca, I'm a doctor, and I have a genetic antipathy to lawyers. I can't help it. And I don't mean anything personal about you, but I just want to tell you that you have been placed in an unfair and unreasonable position, and I'm not entirely sure if you know it. You're in the same position Christian is in. I think he knows it, but I'm not sure. The problem is that both of you think that you're here to work for Tracy Trutman. And the fact that you think that, and we all know that, we see it, we watch Tracy push Dan around, we see her do this kind of stuff all the time. We saw what she did to Sharon Ragunin to set an example. Christian knows about that. So we understand how it is that you react the way you do. But I don't know if you understand it. The problem is that when that happens, it leads you to say things like, well, some residents want public records requests and they keep whining about it. Well, you kind of did. And it prevents you from stopping for a second and saying, I'm the village attorney. Why am I hearing about a public records request? Why doesn't somebody just request the public records and get them and maybe have to pay $25 or $30 like what always happened? Why is this happening? But you don't have a chance to think about that because you know that as soon as you start asking questions like that, you're toast. And you're right. But I just want you to understand that that's the problem. It isn't some residents, it isn't some evil people who are being nasty and trying to make trouble for anybody. It's people who watch this kind of nonsense and are incensed about it and want to see what's going on that's not so obvious. And they make a public records request like people always do. The problem is they don't get the records. Just like some people said, we sent emails, nobody replies, phone call, forget it. That's the problem. And I'm sorry that you're in the middle of it. If you want to get out of the middle of it, it's a good idea. It's just aggravation for you. I mean, I realize it's good money for your firm, but you see what it does to a little village like this. We don't really have $50,000 extra to be throwing around, but that's what we have to do now because of this problem. I just want you to understand what the problem is.
Ross?
Ross, 11166 Springfield Boulevard. Can you hear me well? Okay, good. It would have been an exercise in transparency if we had the invoices attached to this item asking for a 66% increase in the village attorney's line item. But of course, they were not attached, which is why I asked for them. I've asked for them periodically, and I have this budget item that attempts to increase $50,000. I wonder if any of you have reviewed the village attorney's invoices and the payments that were approved by your village manager. Have you? Show me hands. Okay. Well, I did. We used to have one, I went through the invoices for services August 2018 through April 2019. We used to have one lead attorney and a bench that he consulted for discrete special issues. John Herring sat as village attorney for 7 regular and special meetings. Those meetings averaged 3.75 hours for preparation and attendance. That came to about $842 a meeting. I haven't had a response to our last public records request for the most recent invoice, but as I say, I went through April, examining 2.5 months of the billing since the changeover to what appears to be a field team of 3 Gray Robson attorneys on the billing meter. Starting with March 18 and 19, 2 to 3 attorneys billed 14.5 hours of prep and prep and attendance at that meeting, March 19, for a total of $3,252.50. On April 2nd, prep and attend meeting with 3 attorneys billing a total of 10 hours and 10.8 hours, $2,430. Not to mention the numerous conference calls where 2 and 3 attorneys participate and bill out for a conference call between $400 and $850. They occurred. Well, I have a spreadsheet that I'm happy to share with you. I can email it to you if you'd like to see it. But when I matched the times up, it really was remarkable. At the May meeting, the mayor alluded to some concerns about dishonest billing with prior attorney and thanked Gray Robinson for giving the village a discount. That discount was actually approximately $4,000 that Gray Robinson overbilled, rebuilt old time entries after John Herring left that firm. So there was no discount. We had already paid for that time, and they billed it again. It's no wonder that this increase in the budget is requested tonight. In fact, it may not even be enough to get us through the budget process and complete the fiscal year on September 30th at the pace of this billing. Yeah, I'm happy to share that spreadsheet if you would like me to send it. I think.
She didn't call it.
I did.
Okay, Chuck Ross from 1166 Griffin Boulevard. Just to finish the thought on what Rox Moët just said is that my recollection is that when they presented, they indicated they would not charge us for more than 1 attorney at a time. So if that's true, they're overcharging us. And they misrepresented what they said they would do when they were interviewed. And Dan Samaria brought that item up when it was discussed about what firm we were going to pick. And I tell you, I have some serious concerns about how Rebecca represented herself earlier. And, you know, frankly, I think that she's not competent enough to be our village attorney. I don't think she has the experience. I'm sorry. First of all, well, for starters, we ought to be credited for the ordinance that was improperly done, not following our rules as was pointed out. Second of all, and I don't want to go through all that ordinance, but we had a hearing for a special exception to our code that dealt with an emotional support animal that this attorney insisted might be an ADA issue. When you read Title III of the ADA Act that I read, the only animals that are covered are certified service animals, which are primarily dogs. This wasn't a dog. Emotional support animals are specifically not covered. So we had a variance hearing where we actually swayed 2 commissioners to possibly vote in favor of a special exception to our code with bad advice from what appears to be from this attorney. So I think when we get right down to, let's talk about the fraudulent charges on the public records request. You know, I mentioned before, fraudulent. IT charges, I'm not saying that these are from you, but you must have seen them. I mean, I paid an IT fee of $150 for a fairly straightforward public records request. And I protested it when I paid it. And I asked for basically it asked for a refund. Haven't heard a word about that. I notice now I'm not getting charged IT charges anymore. And I quoted an AGO opinion that says you weren't allowed to charge those. I also thought the staff time was excessive. I don't know if the attorney passed off on this or not, but she has answered some of my emails when I sent an email to the clerk, which was a fairly straightforward email request, asking for legal bills or asking for time, asked for an exchange of emails between the mayor and John Herring, the former attorney. Very straightforward public records request. And by the way, the average time for me to get these public records requests, like I mentioned the one earlier, it's been over a month just to find out if we do or do not have a monitoring contract on debris removal. 3 weeks, 4 weeks. This never happened before. I said enough, I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
said earlier, I think that we were advised we could do stuff something like 15 times. I don't want to reiterate what other people have said, but have a point of information which is pertinent to the discussion. We were advised by the village attorney that, I think the exact words, that our code randomly references the Dade County ordinance and the Florida building code. That is almost a bizarre interpretation. We incorporate Miami-Dade Code of Ordinances. We incorporate the Florida building code. It is not an occasional part or random reference. That is a basic standard. And this community can, as you've been told, set a higher standard. Further, I tried to find it so I could read it. We're advised that the pergola was not referenced in our code, therefore it wasn't covered, and we revert to Miami-Dade code. Well, that means if we don't mention aircraft hangars, Quonset huts, factories, commercial buildings, well, we'll give them factories, commercial buildings, you can put one in your backyard. That's a bizarre interpretation, and it is wrong. Further, Miami-Dade code does require a planning and zoning permit to put something in the setback. Now, unfortunately, Commissioner Weiss isn't here because I found it incredibly offensive that she made the remark that she believed the resident, over 3 P&Z members who were here, and testified that they had records, and they swore to those records that they were not in compliance with what was approved by P&Z. And you didn't listen to them. This, to me, aside from what other people have said, is what we're doing. And it isn't accurate and inappropriate. And really, how can we pay an attorney for these services? I have to agree with what the people say. I do not think this was the right firm. I do not think they're qualified. When they need 3 attorneys to answer a question, when we used to have 1 and only 1 for the past umpty years, there's something dramatically wrong. Thank you. So, yeah.
I heard it, let me secretary go, and I had to sign up. Okay, public comments are closed. Open the public discussion. Anything you want to respond to?
I think 50 is being very safe. I don't foresee us.
Please rely on your microphone.
I think 50 is being very safe, and I'm not going to be close to 50 ever 70. I don't foresee that short of some astronomical legal issues on the building between now and September 30th. It's unfortunate some of the comments that were made. Me and my firm were the professional constituents were very hard for our name, and it's unfortunate that people are so crazy with it. But there's nothing inherently illegal about some of the comments that were made. I'm very, very proud of the work I did on the FEMA appeals. Your vendor that you acquired from our quoted you $50,000, we got it done for 14 and change. And one of the 3 are already approved in the village getting their money. I'm very proud of that because those appeals total close to 9,000 pages, and I got it done in like 20 days. With respect to some of the comments about complaining, I'm not complaining, I've been asked to explain because there are people in this room that don't know that the commissioners are being bombarded with ethical allegations and threats of litigation and claims that they're violating something. Those have to be appropriate to me. So I'm not complaining, I'm just educating the room with sunshine about this uptick. And I know that there's a relationship with my predecessor, because someone used to work at his law firm, and they're tight. And I appreciate that, and I don't expect that we're going to be that tight. I get it. They're not happy with the decision to change attorneys. But I'm a a little disappointed to hear, how casually people throw around my name. It was very hard for my bar license and for the reputation that I have in this community. But, I stand by our bills. It's true. My predecessor solely handled items for the village. And when the village expressed an interest in staying with the firm, yes, there was a lot of issues that needed to be cut up with, some of which I can't talk about. And, on that note, there's a few things that came up that I just want to advise the commission on before it's open to the rest of the day. You can't discuss pending litigation matters. You can't. So in some ways, we're having conversations with against behind the back about liability so far. There's a lot to unpack from public comment, but if I think of other items, I'll bring them up. But please, when the commission expressed an interest in our firm taking things over, we inherited a lot of work, some of which I can talk about in some things, some I still can't. And I'm here for Commissioner inquiries.
Respectfully, just as a reminder, as county team, we have just to get through, and we must get through item 10 today. So with respect to the commissioners could go through the items with the comments and time I would be most grateful. I'd like to start with this one of these two from that's fine.
We're in the midst of having an attorney right now that we're gonna have to pay their bills. I agree, and like I said before, we're in the midst of the issues back and forth between the community and the commission. And until those die down, it is creating extra billables for the attorney. I agree partly with, yes, ask the question, why is the uptick, but the uptick is there, and now we have to pay for it. A couple of questions I wanted to ask the village attorney as far as the status of the case. Is there any more legal work that has to go into the meeting?
No, unless FEMA comes back asking for what's called an RFI, and just looking at the fees saying, hey, can you send us this check? I didn't see it. You can send me a clear copy of this invoice. Short of that, which are literally just emails, it's a little Excel sheet they send us, and we send the documents back so we can log it. Unless they come back with an RFI, request for information, we're done. I mean, with respect to when it was approved, we just received an email saying, yep, change your mind, it's obligated. So if they handle the other two, short of an RFI, essentially, no, I don't think there's any legal work to do.
Okay, and I want to state that I'm happy that Ray Robinson came in way under what the vendor was going to deal with the appeal. I also, okay, I know you said we can't talk about the open items, but are you able to let us know how many litigations that we have pending at this time?
One is settling, so it's closing. We have two federal that remain that are in the very early phases because he's been amended, which starts to pull the case back over. And we have one we treated as litigation for essential purposes, but it's really a workers' compensation issue. So it's not like something in a court of law where you can pull a docket, but we are defending the building of workers' compensation matter right now. And there's also some communication, like threat of litigation in another matter, but that's not something actual pending lawsuit yet.
Okay. I mean, the reason why I ask is just, even with my own clients, when they're trying to assess what I'm asking them to up the retainer, obviously they need to know what is happening and where they're going. So, I mean, with the open litigations, if there's 2 plus 1 smaller matter being the employment, I mean, 50,000 is a large number, but is it reaching close to what's going to come? Me not knowing exactly the stage of the litigations, I understand it's the early leading stage, but what is gonna happen before the end of the year?
Well, to clarify, we are not your litigation counsel, we have outside counsel, and so we oversee and approve their decisions in handling that litigation as the village attorney. So we're not doing the drafting or anything like that, we're overseeing it and providing updates as requested to the various commissioners. Those communications are exempt from litigation. But, and then also commissioners do check in about the status of those cases. But it's more administrative oversight regarding the legal decisions that are being made as compared to the case.
Okay, so with that clarified, it would be a lot less billable hours.
Yes, with respect to the two federal lawsuits, not the workers' comp.
Right. Okay. I know you've mentioned, you said that obviously you're not going to be spending the whole 50,000. Is there a number that?
May I ask just for clarification, of the 50,000, 14.8 is already money spent for, or is that already part of it? In other words, the way I look at this, and I may be wrong here, part of the reason why it was up is because of the extra 15. So it's 15 plus 35. I just want to clarify.
Yeah. Part of it is the female high court, as part of why. Additionally, under the previous attorney, a lot of things did not get done, and Rebecca and team have done a tremendous amount of work for the village to bring that up, to catch us up. Things that we have been asking for months, they've been able to knock out in weeks. So from that perspective, I gotta go with Ray Robinson. I picked the number 50,000. In the conversation with Rebecca, I said we're at 51,000 now. So that's the currently spent of our 75,000. It's realistic that we're going to go above 70. I'd rather not come back to the commission and ask for money. Let's put a $50,000 addition to it, and that should get us really good.
And that includes the 15,000. So it's really 30. If we had paid the other firm the 50, which we did, we did 15, we're really talking about an additional $35,000, correct? I just want clarification that it's not 50, it's 35, 50, way out.
And one item I wanted to your charter and code authorize the managers to move money around within line items of a department's allocation for the year. And it's my understanding, and you want to let me know, when I spoke with the managers, I don't know if you guys are related to year end, because FEMA feels, my first question was, do you have wiggle room within professional? Because if you do, you don't need an order. And he told me, and I don't know amounts, but there was some wiggle room, but not enough to make him comfortable. And he wanted to go to the commission now because a change to a budget requires an ordinance and 2 reads, and we're in July. And they don't want to have outstanding invoices at year end. We just talked about the audit issues. So this is preventative. I don't think you need 50, but that's the prudent number that the manager who starts with coming up with the number.
I'd rather not be in August or September and run out of legal budget and then have to come back and try and, hold 2 meetings, 2 readings for another ordinance for more approval.
I don't know if that would be necessary if the invoices are being monitored and we know what's going out and there's a little bit of predictability.
The invoices are currently being monitored. I agree every one of them.
No, and I'm not accusing that they're not. I'm trying to make the statement that would it blindside the village that much if another number is palatable and workable. It's just again we go into the perception of taking the number as large as 50,000, and if the public isn't fully aware of everything that goes in, they can't conceptualize the number. So if there isn't a number that's more palatable, then there isn't. But I just want to have that conversation now, whether there is a number that is more palatable, but won't run into an issue on that end.
My crystal ball's broken, sorry, I can't predict the future to that level of accuracy. I wish I could. I don't know if all be, guess the
terms of projection, no, but in terms of projection, where we are and where we go.
Well, it's a little bigger issue.
Because I think it's important here for the finance. I think because I think they do projections, so I just want to make sure that overfunding.
Yeah, there's another piece to this puzzle. At the end of the fiscal year, you do have a 60-day window to amend your budget after the fiscal year. So whatever number you pick now, you can clean it up and then readjust the year-end budget at that point. So you have that option. In fact, you're expected to. Doing the math last year, we did not have time because of the Thanksgiving holiday to have an October and a November hearings. So because you have that double ordinance, double hearing, it's really cumbersome. And frankly, if there's any way to improve that, that would be a blessing. So you could make these adjustments without a whole ordinance to do a hearing correction. So whatever the number is, that there's nothing wrong with the placekeeper. It's not a goal. As long as it's a placekeeper, it works. It's easy to adjust, and we can do an extra schedule with each bill just to advise the manager in real time, so that there's no we can monitor more closely. We're happy to do that. And I have that account. We're tracking it. We knew it was going to be a little high, but we figured we can do it now or later, or both. You're going to have a few others that are going to be up and down. Nothing serious, but that's what you're expected to do in October and November.
So with that said, we would be able to adjust up or down.
Exactly. You have flexibility to have a clean year-end budget versus actuals. It's sort of a weird concept, but you actually can, and many people do, many groups do a budget that looks exactly like your expenses. You adopt that budget in an amendment at the end of the year. It's sort of revisionist in one level because you lose your history to a degree, but it is a common practice.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Patel?
Real quick, the manager mentioned that there's some wiggle room.
It's a $140,000 line item in the budget, so 75 of it being for legal off the top of my head. I'm guessing building and a few other professional services are in there.
Currently, there's a $20,000 line item for digitization, which we would like to move forward on this year. However, I'm not doing that in case I need to legal with that. So,
right, and when you lump that many things in there, it may look like you're ahead, but if you haven't purchased that $20,000, you're actually already behind. So we've run it, for the manager, and so his number is, is built on the facts.
Just to wrap up my last comment, I apologize. I would still like to know whether or not there's a number that's more manageable, especially in light of our finance manager's statement that we can adjust. It's no disrespect to our village attorney. I just know optics, if you have a certain amount of money available, it may not be billed, you feel the comfort that it's there. So I'd rather have a little discretion by maybe reducing the number of it, and if it has to be adjusted, it has to be adjusted. But at least it's more of the optics for me.
And maybe, if you don't mind, Commissioner, maybe another amendment to this would be to identify it as a special litigation line or something along those lines, because it does separate the target or goal of a law firm. I'm not saying Rebecca would do this, but it's not unusual for the most. What is your budget? That's what we'll build towards, and but we won't go over it. Like that's a common reaction I get with attorneys. But if you do a special litigation that they tell you this is sort of like a retainer comment you make, you could divide it, and that would be something you could turn on and off throughout the year if you felt it was an option. That's one way to look at it, because you do lump quite a bit together in that line item, which starts to blur the real picture. And by percentage, it's a large line item here.
And we broke up the billing, even though a retainer is an hourly review for general legal services issues come up. When the FEMA issues arose, we intentionally broke those out into separate matters for billing. So the commission wants towards your end to say, well, FEMA was a huge chunk of this. Look, here's the billings for FEMA. We've been billing that way, so it's separate. So you could do that.
Yeah, if you didn't already do it, we would do it for you. That's how it's built. We agree with that.
My number was closer to 110. 125 is, pretty generous, it's short of some legal issue arising. That's a number that, based on the current rate of things that are happening, I think it's more like 110. When you subtract the roughly 15 for FEMA, you're really talking an increase of 20. But I also understand what the manager's saying. I don't want to come back on this twice, just something come up. But my number was around 110 when I was, when I think of the phone manager. And again, I know it doesn't seem like it, but we're not there yet. We're not over. This was really an effort to be transparent and be ahead of it. So we could talk about it now before we're over 75.
I mean, I'm fine with your number, the 110. I mean, that comes from, your understanding of what's going on. I also respect the manager's concern, but if we're able to tweak it if we need to, without having to do the ordinance, then I'm comfortable with push go.
Okay. Talk about having a special line item. I think I would it be possible to move the 20,000 that's set for digitizing the records, moving that over to a new special, a new line item, special mitigation or whatever we want to do. If we did that, then out of the 50,000 that we're looking at, moving 30, 15 is a given. So I could see possibly picking up the current legal budget from 75 to that additional 32, so I'm close to that, to the 105, but also setting aside a 20,000 to a line item, special litigation, and then if that account needs to be taxed, then it can come to the issue.
Well, that one doesn't actually need to, I have the authority to move that 20,000 without commission approval in that line item. So, I mean, all I have to do is just not spend it on digitization and see if we need it.
Yeah, I would kind of want to hold off and maybe use that 20,000.
Can I add?
Yeah. I'd like to hold off on that 20,000 and incorporate that part of, use that as part of the 50,000 increase. So,
if it works, we could come back with a suggested reallocation of that line item that makes sense. And then whatever you approve today as first reading, as an amendment, and then the second one, you can approve it like it. If you want to do it that way, I'm happy to prepare it.
I mean, I think it's important that we're going to have to increase budget for the attorney. I have noticed since coming on board in 2016, seems like every since the village moved their election from standalone to a general election, things have gotten a little bit more hot-tempered at times. So, I think what we should, and so what I noticed is that in the last year, there has been a spike in the amount of public record requests. So I think there's a real need that we're going to have to increase that in the budget. I think one thing people don't understand at times is that when public record request comes across, I know I've done emails to the same ones in attorney involvement. We're oftentimes public record requests. Not every item that's requested, there may be exemptions to the Florida public record law. And so you want to have somebody who has that knowledge to review those requests. And I told this to a resident, if your public record request results in 5,000 emails, each of the 5,000 emails have to be reviewed. Because not only do you have information, for example, active criminal matters, you also have to scrub the emails with any type of PII, personal identifiable information. So there's a liability to the building, so you have to review that. And I think that, and unfortunately, I think that's a part of the process that maybe when we start working on, I would think, clearer policies, we should look into how it's handled and clearly defining how records requests are handled. And the policies associated with that. I think that people know that, yeah, this is resulting in 5,000 emails. Each one of those has to be reviewed, and at times that requires the attention of the attorney to review that. And I know there's going to be gaps and exasperations, and I deal a lot with public records requests in my profession, and oftentimes, especially when you get to issues like emails, the attorneys have to get involved because they have to go through those individuals and make sure that what's being provided to us can be provided to us. So I think that's a component that I think sometimes is missing from the conversation. And I want to take this opportunity to kind of throw that out there and let the public at large kind of know that little nuance to where our public records are.
Anything else? I can't see, I have a problem, after hearing what Commissioner Fox said about the bill, I've never seen that bill. I've never seen anything. I have a problem with the $51,000 so far that we're spending. I'm really concerned that we still have 3 months to go. We have, in 7 months, 52 ordinances. I believe when we go, whatever amount we set, we're going to go over. And I feel so many times when we're getting advice from attorney, we're not getting advice from one attorney, we're getting from 3 attorneys. I brought this subject up and before that. How I respond, my biggest concern was that we're not getting one person representing us. I've had emails that have been sent to me, and I've gotten emails from all 3 attorneys. Getting emails from all 3 attorneys on the same advice. I can't support this. I need a breakdown on, if we're going to give money in the future, I need a breakdown on exactly how this money is spent. I need a breakdown of the money that we spend in the past. I have a business and I need a breakdown of stuff that I spend. I'm not comfortable right now with this $50,000. I'm just not comfortable. So this time I can't support this. I don't know what the amount will be. Maybe put restrictions on it. I just don't believe that I'm not going to go over. We say $50,000, and we're not going to go over $50,000. Something. I'm not sure that's going to happen. If we come up with a number, and we have a put insurance on how the money is spent, we'll do a breakdown on this. Like I said, I haven't seen it. Well, okay, I'll give you an example. Commissioner, Mayor, Roxy, breakdown. Stuff I've never seen. Not yes, means I requested many times. I have not.
We have bills in the office if you want to come see them.
Okay.
I believe I sent them.
I understand. Okay, yes, you're saying it's my responsibility for. It's not your responsibility to get to the commission the items that are there. It's not only my responsibility to say, okay, I want this, I want this. You should also be interested. Monthly first. I know past commissions have gotten monthly attorney fee bills. Maybe all the commissions have requested every single time they want. I want it. It's automatically released. They have gotten bills. I've spoken to past commissions. And I should have to ask to do my job right. You should be supplied with the information.
I can't supply you with everything you think you may want unless you tell me. You just tell me.
Okay, you don't think having billing for the attorney fees is important? I have to make a decision on it. You're coming up here with a asking money $50,000, but it could be a breakdown. Something, some kind of breakdown of what we spent so far in the back.
They're absolutely, if you had asked for it, I think that's.
I'm sorry if I may, Vice Mayor, I provide you with the legal views that you request.
I don't know what you're saying. You're not saying it's my house.
I sent you.
I need assurance that for $50,000 that you can ask, I cannot come back to us. And then, there is something, you can't do that. You don't know what's gonna come up.
I don't know that.
Whether or not you come up, that's how it's written.
I just have a thought for this, and that you have $20,000 in that you're approving, correct?
Yes, the division station.
So of that would be this 35 that you can certainly want, but splitting that difference, that would be probably another 10 less, let's say. So is it possible you could move 20,000 over? Or use that 20,000, I'm not, so there was this, okay, so you have 20,000, then, which you can move without ordinance, correct?
Right.
Okay, so if you move 20,000 without ordinance, we took 10 away, that would be, 40 total, you only have to ask for 20 of this ordinance. That is my thought. That's 10 less than we would have had. And then, do you feel comfortable with that number?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so might I ask you, and then I'm gonna suggest, that we consider making a $20,000, only, amendment, and that would cover it, because you already have 20, you're lower. Okay, so right now, we have 50,000 net, and that's the bottom line. They did the work, they paid, it's way outside of it. But let me, yes, but that 15,000 is already, they already paid, but the reality is you're gonna have more money than they were going to go, correct? That was 75, so what, you have to do it after separate. Let me just do, let me do that quickly and see if you understand. Out of the 75, you have an additional 15 mil we have to pay above the normal we would pay. That would put the attorney's fees sitting at $90,000. That make sense?
But what have you spent so far? We're
We're at 51.
We spent 51,000 right now.
51,000.
So we have. Thank you. 24,000 left. Right? Yeah, 24,000. Okay, so then what you're recommending what?
What I'm recommending is he has another 20. Okay, and then we would just, our ordinance will only put another 20 as a cover. I don't know what that would work. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Just to provide the authority so everyone's on the same page.
This is authority, this is not spending the money.
So the village manager has the authority already, it's called the delivery authority, to move money around within the professional services budget. And he's saying that there's 20 that's sitting there for digitization that hasn't been spent. Okay, so with the mayor saying moving money, she's talking about within the professional services budget.
I don't know how it works. So I'll give them the numbers. I know how it's.
So my suggestion is 20 on the ordinance, and then you already have another 20, and that would cover all but 10. And that would bring you down to one reasonable number. So my suggestion is change the ordinance from 50 to 20. And then also track it, and like, Mr. McDonald know that I'm big on making sure we stay with the budget, and I know I've talked to the manager, I know.
I've lost a few attorney bills over the years, too.
So at this point, I want to make it clear that the intent here is to minimize the impact, but I must make one comment, that it is easy to sit there and poke at people for what you assume is going on, but there are reasons why this is occurring. This is not out of the air. The work that's gone on here has been tremendous amount of work, and belittling that for the sake of politics is, in my opinion, inappropriate. That's the only time I'm going to make. With that, is there a motion to change the ordinance to $20,000?
I'll make a motion to change ordinance number 2019-02 to requesting a $20,000 increase to the attorney budget.
And further allowing the manager, he's allowed it already, so I guess they'll let it. Reserves. At worst case scenario, sir, you might have for other areas that we can play, but right now. Or contingency, I'm sorry, let me back up. Is there contingency money? Do we have money left in contingency?
There is a contingency line, but I'm not sure I have the rules that the attorney is citing. If you can take it, I would assume you could, but I don't know that.
So it's either gonna come from contingency or depending on.
If we go outside of professional services, then it would require a release.
So either way, it's gonna happen, regardless of where you get it from. Okay, so is there a motion, to change the amount of the ordinance, I think it's motion on the floor, for $20,000 instead of $50,000.
I don't think we're
And
gonna
is there a
follow
second? Motion is on the second. Okay, Commissioner Tudor, reluctantly, seconds.
No, because I'm thinking the attorney had mentioned that the amount she's comfortable with is 110.
Okay.
So we're going to hit that number with the 20,000, and 20,000 available for digitization of the records. And then this would actually be just 50.
Yeah, I want to give it an extra $5,000 for that reason, so they don't have to come back in front of us. That's why, and we have to advertise the ordinance and all that, so.
Yeah, and I'm going to be, I'm kind of fine with the comeback or we get that then later on. We have that.
Yeah, and there's a month lag in all of this. That's reality that we cannot adjust for.
We have a, I'm not trying to push this, I'm just saying we have a second, unless you're withdrawing that, and we have.
I'm seconding that.
Okay, so there's no second for that motion.
So we were 13 months.
I think it's cutting it to you want to split the difference in quality?
I mean, I would make a motion that we allocate the 20,000 from the
If you.
that we allocate 20,000 from the digitization. We can make to a special litigation fund. And that we allocate the 20,000 that's allocated for digitizing the record. Move that to, have that available. That's already available.
You
Okay, so that's already.
you already have that.
So then I would just make a motion that we increase, the budget by 15,000. I know it's, it's just.
And just to me, we're advertising, and
Well,
I
I'm
just
just
think
going-
5,000 one way or the other.
But
we're
I'm
not
just going off of basically when the attorney said 110 is what is the number she's comfortable with, that would give us that 110.
Did you make a motion?
I mean, that.
I'll second the motion. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Before you might have a question, we're talking about FEMA money. Do you know how long it takes to get that money back? I can't feel.
It's a roll call, right?
I just got some in my email box approved exact appeals, and I have that same question. I don't know when appeal money will be, once it's obligated, we've got it within 14 days. But I don't know about appeal money. That one is just wild guess that it probably won't be the same speed. But yeah, I just got 3 of them yesterday. I'm very excited.
Does an ordinance require a roll call?
Yeah, the attorney
It does
should know
require a
this.
roll call, that is absolutely correct. The attorney did that. Excuse me. Is the motion or second? No, Madam Clerk, if you do roll call.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Samaria? Commissioner Johnson Sadella?
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. I just need a vote from the commission. We are going to be over, and there are 2 items we must get through. Well, actually, 3 items we must get through, so we are going to be way past 11 o'clock. So I would like commission to go to 11:30. I'm sorry, but we have 3.
No, we definitely got to get through this next.
We have to get through
Yeah, 10A,
it.
10C.
We have to get through 10A, 10C, and the budget section.
And, yeah, you got to do that.
So those 3 items,
So,
and
yeah, that's right. Then I will address.
maybe we can have a special workshop on that. Address that. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so, and I have to postpone my, that's not problem. resolution 10A, attorney's record. If you could read the resolution.
Again, this is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing.
Resolution 2019-15, non-alcoholic access for residential solid waste. A resolution of the village commission of the village of Biscayne Park Court establishing the solid waste non-alcoholic assessment for the Biscayne Park Court for the fiscal year 2021. Resolution 2019, providing for inclusion and severability, providing for effect.
Madam Clerk, can you please review the record and the written communications objecting to propose the assessment for this year?
First message is from A. Bernard. And hello, I would like to express my household objection to this increase without explanation as to why there is an increase. Please advise as to why there is an increase. Thanks. The address is 1015 Northeast 120th Street. The other is from Yoma Alper. Hello, we are sending this today as notice of our objection to the increased tax for solid waste. No explanations are given and therefore we objected to the increase. Regards, Neoma Alper and Yusef Bensala, 639 Northeast, 117th Street.
That's all, thank you. Attorney Rodriguez, you wish to disclose it for the record and written communications objecting to the proposed assessment?
I received one email before it was advertised from President Roxanne Ross. She's here today. I don't know if she's going to speak in public comment, but it sounds like more of a procedural inquiry than an objection. But I don't speak for her and she's here, so maybe if she's going to objection for her. But I did receive an email from that.
Thank you. Do any commissioners or other staff present wish to disclose for the record objecting to the proposed amendment for this year? Will this be a roll call or just a name call? So I'll call one commissioner at a time. Commissioner Tudor. I'm sorry, manager, just get you anything? Vice Mayor? Commissioner? And me as well, except for the, I am already, we were copied on that was adjusted. The floor is now open to public comments on proposed 2019 non-alcoholic waste solid waste assessment. Once again, the clerk will call individuals to speak before the commission who are interested in holding a proposed assessment for the amount of 2019 only. The village clerk, please call the first person to speak. And respectfully, we do this as quickly as possible so we get to the other two agenda items. Thank you.
McDonald Cannon.
I didn't, oh, for the rubber.
No, this is
Solid waste, I'm sorry. Okay.
Ross Ross.
Fox Ross 11166, Midland Boulevard. I do not object to the increase. However, I did communicate with every one of you, my commissioners, and my village manager. And I believe the attorney got looped in by someone that the process that you followed in May for a special assessment was not the correct process. So I'm happy to see you bring it back now and try to get it accomplished the correct way.
Chuck Ross.
Chuck Ross. So we got a letter in the mail, and it's got some issues. I've got some issues with the letter. It doesn't follow the proper process, and I have an example. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this with the Florida statute and the letter. So the first problem with the letter talks about the parcel. Proposed solid waste assessment to be levied against each affected parcel 2019 totals $423.48. That's not correct. You're supposed to indicate, and the proper way to do it is indicate per parcel per unit. So this letter that was sent out on its face is wrong. Further, it lists the total levy at $530,290. That's the budgeted amount. The actual levied amount was $546,676. So the letter that was sent out, which I don't know what it cost, is wrong. Let me see what else is here. I gave you the Florida statutes, so I also gave you a copy of what Miami-Dade County does, so you can see the difference. And the concern now is that since we send out improper information, we have to do this all over again. And I'd like to know, did the attorney review this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, again, we have another problem, I think. Also, you know, just to mention what I just heard, when I was listening to the finance director, we didn't have to go through this budget amendment process at this point in time and waste money on the ordinance. Proper thing would be to disclose that the fees are going to go over, and then at the end of the year, we could have done the budget amendment. So we wasted a bunch of time on that. Sounds like, again, from proper attorney advice. Thank you.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. This is real short. In the contract with Westboro, it states if we're going to go ahead and go up with bids, there's a certain period of time, go ahead and do it. I'm just wondering why we never even followed what was in the contract with Westboro. We could have gone up for bids and maybe had a different company, better service, maybe for a cheaper price.
Thank you.
Different problem, too.
Anybody else wish to speak? Madam Clerk, anybody else knows? Jamie Anderson.
No. It's too late.
Ms. Anderson, you call?
That's okay.
I'm good.
I just want to add one or two. I just want to add to what Bob Anderson said. I remember several months ago, Vice Mayor Samaria asked about the waste pro contract, and he was told, no, you don't have to worry about that. That doesn't come up for a while. And yet, the contract was enclosed with the backup material, I think, in the last commission meeting. When I read it, it said you had to notify them 180 days before, or they actually may not have renewed our contract because they have the option, I think, not to renew it if we don't tell them we want to renew it. And right now, there's a big issue with recycling. There's a lot of communities getting closed out of their recycling contracts because nobody wants to buy the recycling material. So we could have been left high and dry. Who is not, I mean, seriously. Chuck and Ross continually bring up serious issues. You sometimes talk about what this community is doing to create more work for this commission. And it seems like this commission, I shouldn't say the commission, I'll say the management, the administration, and our attorneys are not doing what they should be doing and protecting our village. And these are the things that are causing us to re-advertise, to go around again, to make mistakes, to possibly have lawsuits, to possibly lose contracts. It's like being run by amateur hour, and it's really frustrating.
Thank you. Any further public comments? Public comments closed. Attorney, would you like to address any of this?
Sure. So, with respect to solid waste special assessment.
Microphone, please.
With respect to the solid waste non-form assessment, the village has had this in place for a very long time. You know, it's in your code. The amount is to be set annually. You don't always have to have a public hearing. The statute requires a public hearing under 4 instances. One, it's the first time it's being imposed, which obviously that's not the case here. You've done it every year for well over a decade. 2, the purpose changed. So, like, oh, we've always done it for solid waste, but let's shift it to fire rescue. You would need to do a public hearing because you're changing the purpose. That's not here either. If the affected properties were to change, the boundaries within the jurisdiction that are affected by this assessment, you have to do a public hearing. Nice. The first 3 do not apply here for the reasons I just walked through. The 4th is if the amount is more than when the village initially issued this assessment. So the very first time the village issued the assessment. In past years, the village has gone as high as $572 for this assessment, and that was in 2013. 2010 to 2012 was $558. So in reviewing what I was able to see as far back as I could go in your records on the website, this is still a lot lower than prior years. The issue is this has been in place for so long, I could not confirm that it is still lower than the initial amount. It's a lot lower than you've had in past years, but I couldn't confirm that it was lower than the initial imposition, which is the language in the statute, which I think is potentially applicable here. So in light of that, it is my recommendation to the manager that we should belt and suspenders this. We still have plenty of time. The deadline to certify this for the actual tax bill that goes out in November is September 15th for municipalities, September 25th for counties. So you guys are still in great shape to have this certified in time. So it's my recommendation to belt and suspenders this and do a public hearing just in case, because we weren't able to confirm the original amount. It's been in place for so long. And I think I've inquired with a few other people. We were able to go back. I have till 2010 here in my notes, and at that point it was 558, which is still higher. But the prudent thing to do was to do a public hearing just in case. So you're higher than last year by $60 and change. So a lot lower than most years in the past decade. That's why my recommendation to the village was to do a public hearing just in case.
Was there anything else in the public comments that you
Oh, I'm sorry, one item. There was a commission action taken earlier this year to the true notice. For those who don't know, there's the true notice in the property tax. The true notice is the estimate that goes out to the homeowners, I think next month. And that's when your objection period with the county starts to run based on the true notice. I think you have to file a bill with the county property tax by September. So you met that deadline. The commission checked that box in an earlier meeting. But the prudent thing to do before the September 15th deadline to certify it as final to make the tax roll this year was to have this hearing. That's why I recommended to the village manager, the village incurs the expense of advertising just in case, because we couldn't confirm the original imposition on it. It's been so long.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you would, as quickly as possible, but please, at the same time, make sure you have all your concerns addressed.
Right. Okay. Last year, and I spoke especially on last year we had a negative amount of approximately $14,000. Is this assessment, as we take care of the negative balance from the last year, we cover this year?
Thank you, Mr. Riddle.
No, I discussed that with Paul. Yeah, this is an easy one, I'll be as quick as possible. Last year, not being this year, your budget under calculated the discounts and the fees from the county when it for the applicable amount of alarm assessment. So you were off about $16,000, I believe, 12,000, somewhere in that range. So you budgeted a shortfall on purpose. So the shortage in that fund was balanced in essence by the general fund. That was handled in your audit. That correction is past tense. You don't owe anybody any money. You're not making up any money with this level of assessment. This is a pure cost plus the overhead and expenses will equal the revenue.
Because when I calculated what we collected on some disappointment that had been part of the
Sorry, I don't mind my math being checked.
We had like 500,000, just like 500,000. Then we had waste mojo was 400,000. So I had approximately 93,000 over the profit. That didn't include administration and all of that, which I would have liked to have seen with the breakdowns of.
Yeah, when we gave you the resolution at the last trim notice, it had a complete budget, a complete list of the allocations and how it balances. I don't have that with me today, but I can share it again.
The question is this assessment going to cover the loss that we had last year?
No, the loss from last year's assessment was balanced by general fund journal entries. Typical of an audit. After the audit, you see And it was done, that's just how you used to do it. And I changed that, we changed that, this time last year, you raised the budget, to include all of the discount fees correctly, and the, property collection, the property appraisers collection, tax collectors collection fee of 1.5% is included in this rate now, and that was why last year's went up a little bit. And so this year you're on par, so it only goes up to the CPI requirements. Which there's two components to the solid waste CPI and our internal CPI of 3% personnel.
Okay, has Waste Pro been making monthly reports for us on their tonnage?
Say again?
On your tonnage? Has Waste Pro been making reports for us?
Yeah, we
Yes,
get,
we received their monthly reports. I received them.
Because if I remember what the contract, or when they were talking about it, they said that they might have to go, if it goes over.
They haven't gone over yet.
Any other commissioner questions? Madam Attorney, because this is a public hearing, is there anything that any commissioner you want to advise commissioners? Commissioners have to just why they're approving or not. This is okay. This might not, I know it's my voice at the moment. Because this is a public hearing and we're advising that if we're writing for increase, we have to explain why we're voting for that increase, correct? Yes. So as a commissioner, we're going to do a roll call on this. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2019-50 for ad valorem of residential solid waste? Anyone make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2019-15 non-ad valorem assessment of residential solid waste.
Is there a second for that motion? I'll second the motion. To put this forward. We're going to take a roll call for this. So if you are voting for or against it, please say your reasons for it. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Jordan?
Yes. And the reason I'm voting for it is I think it's a nominal increase to residents. It's not that I'm not cognizant of the increase, but I think the explanation as to why the increase is what they want is valid. And also do the brings that they're allowed to move on forward.
Vice Mayor Samara?
What assurance do we have that we're not going to fall in the same situation?
This is not,
Well,
this is
I
a
can't
vote.
vote. You're asking me no.
That's not catch up, I'm just saying.
Sorry, I can't vote because of 14,000. I just can't vote for it for what? Last year I had drawn for 14,000. The commission said that it was going to be this, and we start 14,000 out of 12. I don't have the assurance that we're not going to have that happen again.
Vice Mayor Samara? Yes, ma'am?
No?
Do you want to, okay, we'll just go through a minute or so. Sorry. Who's next?
Commissioner Johnson Sedan?
I voted yes. The increase is nominal.
I'm sorry, Mike is on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I vote the increase is nominal and within range.
Commissioner Tudor?
Reluctant. I'll have to vote yes. I think the amount is nominal. Nominal amount to meet the needs. To meet the needs of the village. Make sure that we don't have any type of shortfalls. But going forward, I'd like to see us be able to keep these, trying to get a little bit of reduction to some of it. Whether through waste assessments or through military intervention.
Motion passes 3-1. We're going to move now to resolution 2019-17, roads contract approval. Village attorney, you can read the resolution first, and then we'll turn to them.
Resolution 2019-17, roads contract approval. Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the tree removal services contract for Emergency Services LLC and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so we'll turn over to the manager. Would you like to address the contract and this contract?
Just contract, RFP, we followed the process. Had 3 responses, from Brooks, from Emergency Services, and from here. Brooks was the most responsive of the bidders. We created that so that we could we created the RFP and formed it in a way that when Brooks responded, they didn't necessarily have to give a set price, but we could go out to market price. Brooks did provide a set price as well, and that's still $2 a cubic yard, which is exactly what we paid under the last time. So it's a great price for this, should we need it. And so I would recommend it before the Brooks.
Okay, Commissioner, once again, like about 13 minutes to be forward, we only have 15 minutes.
They approved it.
Is there already set amount, or does it go for the trustee?
It's $2 a cubic yard.
Do we have in a contract that says they stay in to work this company? We have another company that walk away and do things, that sort of thing.
His Brooks was with vendor.
What is that?
Yes, sir, that was for, that was out.
That was
Yeah, they were handling one of the claims to be after.
Okay, and we still don't have, we have a monitoring company?
We do have a monitoring company, and so we'll be bringing that up as we get to that. We've done the RFP, we've got a response, and so I'm getting there. Right. So that's something that should we need it quickly, we can move quickly on that.
Other cities have a backup company that can go to work. We have a backup company.
For Brooks? No, we don't. No, we don't. And my reason for that is Brooks has a long-standing relationship with the village. I know the Brooks owners, they have stood by their word every time. Last, or during Irma, when other companies were getting $15, $20 cubic yard for hauling, they honored their price with us. And so these are honorable folks.
Any other commissioner comments? The other one I had answered, which was my only concern with the, where the police, they had a, house, sorry, stage.
Stage.
Thank you. Stage, my only concern was because of the rec center. I guess, I think when I talked about this, they only pay for signs for, ID units, which they only pay seats, correct?
Yeah.
So we're going to put that in that cost because it's at the rec center for half the side.
I'll have to check with them and see what they will pay for.
Okay, that was my only concern.
Yeah,
But that's not the whole contract, I just wanted to make this comment. With that in mind, we have a motion to approve resolution 2019-17 for contract approval. Okay, Vice Mayor made a motion, is there a second? All those in, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Okay, the next item we're going to move to, the last one was the power lift in public works. I'm going to let the public works manager come on up, and I'll go ahead and put it into the manager as well as the public works manager to discuss the power lift for public works.
Okay, the public works manager, Mr. Hernandez, has
for a lift, tree needed desperately in Public Works to handle the maintenance of our trees. We are, tree city, we're good at having canopy. It's currently hurricane season. We do want to get ahead of this, and so the sooner we can move on this, the better. The original estimates that we received from this also included the financing, and looking at that, and then looking at the budget, what we spent, what we currently have. We have a cash budget that we don't need to finance this, we can buy it outright. And so from that perspective, I'd like to go ahead and just move forward with it and purchase this if we can do it.
You want to add any comments? Or in case this question?
I do want to urge the commission. I really strongly feel that this is extremely important for the village. We don't have a tree maintenance program. When I came in here, to be honest, I was shocked. This is something that the village desperately needs. I think, just my personal opinion, that the village is kicking the can down the road on this particular equipment. Not that it's a lift, we could have a bucket truck. But what we need is a tree maintenance program. So I am encouraging, if you all could vote for this, it's probably more important. I explained to the manager, and the manager asked me to come in. He asked me 2 questions. One question was, I have extra money if you want to hire somebody. I asked him, I don't want to hire anybody until I can feel this out. This is much more important. I know it's important for the village. This is going to make us do what we need, a tree maintenance program so we can start maintaining your foliages. So we don't have issues of limbs, liability, things that we need to get done. Right now, one of the issues that I have with FPL is FPL's not going to trim foliages over streetlights. It's very difficult for the equipment that we have. So I encourage this village to please approve this.
And one thing that was brought up earlier tonight was the training for the guys that would be using this as a risk management aspect. David, would you address that?
Yes, the union, at no cost to the village, will assist in training my employees. At no cost to the union.
You feel comfortable that the gentleman, the staff you have currently can handle things, correct?
Yes, all of them are going to go through training.
Thank you.
I'm not going to throw it to the wolves.
The money that you use, that you said you have, it's going to come right out of your budget.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Okay, with that, is there a vote to approve? And direct, sorry, this is the direct purchase. I'm going to, I don't have. Is there votes for support for this, to allow the purchase of this item, of the power lift, to move forward with that as an outright purchase, yes, in the amount of
$30.
First paragraph.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I just want to interrupt one moment. I don't know why my mic keeps going off. I apologize. Oh, there was a public comment earlier that whether this was done and reading the recommendation of whether or not bidding procedure happened, or we're recommending that the commission waive bidding procedure. So I don't want to glass over that. So I just wanted to be close in public what we're doing and how we're approving this.
Because we are, as you said, that the competitive bidding, we've gotten the 3 bids, but we haven't gotten the RFP on this. And so we are requesting that the commission waive that in order to go ahead and get this order and get this here as quickly as possible. So we can start working on our trees. The cost of the high lift would be $30,629.50. And so that's the cost of the lift, which I think is $26,000, and there's an additional, there's the fee for transporting it from Florida, $1,400
some change, and then there's also an extended warranty.
So what's the total one time, please?
Total amount is $30,629.50.
And just to clarify, since section 2-139 of our code states that one of the reasons that the commission would vote to waive the procedure is because of insufficient time. I know you stated that hurricane will be required for that, so I just want to make sure that's articulated for why we need to speed up the process.
We're behind, and we're right in hurricane season, and we're just behind, and we need to start the maintenance program. I have a lot of trees out there. There's a lot of foliages. We've been kicking the can down the road. Right now, I thought we could, if we would have done probe maintenance on the tree that fell on the car, that's what I'm trying to do. So that's why I'm requesting for the waivers. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Any further questions from the commission?
Just one. $30,000 was put on this for all the trees and stuff that we have to fix. The maintenance program that you want to put on will make that money. Will make that money back. Right? I mean, it's what I'm saying is that's what the money.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Any further questions from the commission?
Just to kind of go off what Vice Mayor Smarty was saying, just to have it clear on the record, the amount of money that we have budgeted for maintenance, and somebody come and do that, what was the amount in the budget?
I want to say, was it 20,000 for tree trimming?
Yeah, 20,000 for tree trimming, plus I had another 30-something thousand, plus or minus, so we can hire somebody, but I've chosen not to do that. So we have the money.
I just want to make sure it's clear that with what we had budgeted prior was 20,000, and that those are funds that are going to be used for the purchase of this, and in the long run, that's actually going to be cost saving.
Correct.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Tucci. Any other comments by Commissioners? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the purchase of the Power Public Works outright for $30,629.50 and waiving the required procurement RFP? Attorney, did I say that correctly?
I'll make that motion.
I think the and the amounts and specifically what's for which vendor and
Just vendor by I do all that.
that's right.
Okay,
Like
so
say,
would you word it for me just to make sure we're correct?
okay, just to be clear, there was no draft resolution attached to these materials, but it is time sensitive for reasons we've already been discussed. You can do a draft and adopt, and you can vote today, but I just want to point out that there wasn't a resolution.
If you
I have to do that retroactive.
That's fine. And so we have a motion, so the motion should include draft and adopt for the purchase, the amount of $30,629.50, waiving the normal procurement process, and using the 3 bids, by the vendor, what is the name of the vendor? And for immediate purchase. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to that? Did I do that right?
We have to mention like use like public works and I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye.
I just wanted to take the opportunity right now to thank you, the commission, for moving forward on this item. It's important for me. Appreciate it.
We have 4 minutes left. To do that, we're not going to make a song and ask for another 4 minutes in order to allow actually 5 minutes. So we'll be at 10:35, so that we can allow for a discussion of what we're going to do with some of the other items, especially Commissioner Tudor and move up our workshop and so forth. And then your items. 11:35. So is there a motion to approve that we go to 11:35? That is. Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, with that, I'm gonna, Chloe was supposed to go, I'm gonna postpone mine to the next meeting. I have no problem with that. I also want to go through 11A, B, C, and D. So 11A, actually 11A, B, C, sorry. Or D was ready for comments. 11A, establish a commission meeting procedure by Commissioner Tudor. How would you like to handle that, sir?
I have a name, we're going to set to.
Okay.
It's too broad of an issue.
One is a workshop or meeting? We can have a section in the meeting which we allow for public comments as well. It's up to you how you want to handle
You know, this is important enough that affects enough of the stakeholders of this village. I think the workshop would be more advantageous. You know, allow everybody to kind of share what they would like to see. Because, you know, it's very good to have, you know, president input.
And there was a concern regarding, moving forward on some of the ordinance components that for 9A, as that is very timely at the moment as well. So, the question was to make this as quick as possible. Commissioner Watts is not here, but, can we authorize the, rather than us do a date now, can we authorize the village clerk to reach out here today as soon as possible to complete that workshop?
Yes, I think this needs to be done as quickly as possible. I think there's, this is going to go a long way in holding, everybody accountable and keeping everybody on the same page.
We can do that for 11B as well. So do you want to do separate on that, or do you want to do it together?
I would rather do those separate.
Okay.
Charter amendments, there's going to be some things I think that we're going to need to discuss, but I have a feeling that the discussions about policies and procedures are going to be really heavy lifting. So, and the charter amendment aspect is vitally important. So I think that should happen something.
Okay, so do you want two separate meetings?
You know, the charter amendment one, we could just bring forward to the next session.
And then see if we need, okay.
Yeah, because, you know, part of that's going to be discussing with the entire commission how we want to move forward with that. We've been in certain ways in the past. Is that how we want to move forward? So,
Okay, so why don't we leave it for discussion item for our next meeting?
yeah, that,
And then
that
we'll do that.
move to the next commission.
Okay, so if there is, with everybody's consensus, can we have 11A move to a workshop as quickly as possible with, and have the manager or clerk reach out to get the quickest date as possible for that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so with consensus on that? Yes. All right, all agree. B will move to the next meeting. I'm sorry, apologies for what you're going on. A workshop for branding, Vice Mayor Samaria, because we're talking about, you okay with that moving to the next meeting?
I trust. This is the second month in a row that all of my items are not too happy. I'm hoping that's going to be put on the next commission meeting, but it's not going to, we all go and discuss these items.
Okay, and then the 11B, you can bring back hopefully by that year. Hopefully the 18th, you can have it. Okay, perfect. I mean, the vice meeting for them, the campus as well, do you want to put that on as well?
What these items will be moved to the next commission.
Okay.
I hope that it's, you know, we don't put a lot of stuff on this agenda because I'm beginning to think that my items are being put away in files the way it's not being heard. It's just too much of all.
Mine, yours,
Too much of all.
I'm happy to put a few of my items behind Vice Mayor Samaria so that it's those items. Because the quicker we get to this item, the quicker we go to more conflict that's created. So, yeah, I'm happy. What do I get?
With respect to the charter amendment items that we should do about it, that's a macro level discussion, and it has to make the ballot in November 2020. So it's not one of those rush urgency items. That being said, it's extremely important, and the conversation needs to start. But in terms of triaging, as people keep getting rolled, that's something to keep in mind. You can't amend your charter without going to the elections. So that's November 2020, but you need to start rolling the ball with those provisions.
We have 4 minutes left, so request for placement agenda is the next item. Do you want to, anybody want to get down?
One thing I'm going to add, and it should be very quick. It should be very quick, so I'll talk fast before it cuts out. Next month, I'd like for us to discuss about scheduling a workshop or communication workshop. So we can get to that, discuss, Everbridge.
Oh, yes.
All right.
I mean, yes, the Everbridge MOA was just signed, actually, just returned to me from the state today, so that's signed.
Okay,
So we'll execute the message before.
So we can discuss that with residents, so that we can also discuss the website, because we've gotten some information from our office and post our website. Yeah.
Yes, we've currently got 4 estimates on the website. So we can get that.
Fantastic. So you want to have a workshop, or you want to have an agenda?
Um,
Hopefully an agenda item or a CPA workshop? For communication.
You know, let's have it, I mean, there's going to be, we'll just have it as an agenda item.
Okay, that's agenda. All right.
You
Thank you.
guys are meeting next week for budget. If this is about stuff for next year, you could put it on the agenda for the first session.
That might work.
Because it's about money and.
Because part of it's got to morph into, next month we'll be more into a conversation of how ways to establish better communication.
Yes, for one, we're going to, this is budget, one, we're going to get budget, as well, just to introduce it.
I'd like to have an update on this. We have workshops on construction. We want to have that brought back. These are going to be brought back. And the driveway install. That's been since January. So I think that's long enough. You know, because workshops, we have a workshop that's supposed to have those brought back. And that happened.
It is my understanding, because I've been asking about at least one of those items, and I understand that one is going to be back next month, correct?
The construction ordinance that, we get for discussion in August.
That's right.
I haven't been assigned any swale, assignments.
Okay. We are at 1 minute, so with that, I'm so sorry to interrupt my colleagues. Can we have, Cecilia, show you want to wait your report?
I received it earlier.
Okay, those minutes, you want to wait your report? Board meetings and commissioner comments, we have 1 minute left. Okay, announcements, Madam Clerk, and we'll be adjourned.
Public Art Advisory Board, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. Planning and Zoning Board, Monday, July 15th, 2019, 6:30 p.m. Code Compliance Board, rescheduled from July 8th, 7 p.m. to July 18th, 7 p.m. Parks and Parkway Advisory Board, Thursday, June 20th, 2019, 7 p.m. Public Safety Advisory Board, Wednesday, July 24th, 2019, 7 p.m. Planning and Zoning Board, Monday, August 5th, 2019, 6:30 p.m. The first workshop budget for fiscal year 2019-2020, Tuesday, July 16th, 7 p.m. Second workshop budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020, Tuesday, July 30th, 2019, 7 p.m. And our next regular commission meeting will be held on Tuesday, August 6th, 2019, at 7 p.m.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for coming. Thanks a lot.
That's what I saw.